13th, 2026 is hereby called to order at 5:06 p.m. We're getting going just a little bit late because the previous committee meeting went a little bit over. I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Alderman Barrero.
Here.
Alderwoman Garza.
Here.
Alderman Masiacos.
Present.
Alderman Nunez. Alderman Franco.
Here.
Alderman Seville.
Here.
Alderman Banuelos.
Here.
Alderwoman Smith.
Here.
Alderman Bug.
Here.
Alderwoman Bade.
Here.
Alderman Larson.
Here.
Alderman White.
Here.
Mayor Lash is present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The first item on the agenda, 260143, approval of the minutes for Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026.
Second.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes of Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026? Committee of the whole meeting as presented. A motion was made by Alderwoman Smith, seconded by Alderwoman Garza. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries by voice vote. Next on the agenda is a very short mayor's report.
Thank you so much, Mayor. A couple of exciting events that we would like to highlight here tonight in Aurora. First and foremost, tomorrow the City of Aurora and the Aurora Fire Department will be hosting a ribbon-cutting ceremony to celebrate the grand opening of the city's two newest fire stations. Round of applause for AFD and the City of Aurora. Public is invited. The ceremony begins at 9 a.m. over at Station 13, located at 1701 Belter Road. It will continue at 11 a.m. for Station 9 at 500 North Eola Road. Both stations are set to open less than 2 years after breaking ground, strengthening the fire department's response times to incidents, especially on the city's far east side and the city's northeast side. Take a look at what NBC5 had to say about these openings coming up right now. Well, you can see what's going on, but you can't hear anything. Tech issue, but obviously a very exciting report, and we're excited to be there tomorrow. We hope anybody here, everyone's going to be welcome to join us.
Firehouse for Thursday morning.
Thursday morning. That's all you need to know. Tomorrow morning. It's a really exciting opportunity. Round of applause again for AFD to put this all together. It's going to be great to see everybody there.
John, do you want to run that again?
I'll try to run it again.
Or you can give us an AI
We
narration
have a
next
peek
time.
at two new state-of-the-art firehouses set for a grand opening this week in the city of Aurora. Station 13 will mark Aurora's first ever fire station north of Interstate 88. It's expected to cut the response time to the city's northeast side in half. The firehouses are also designed to help the firefighters stay healthy. They include ventilation systems for gear and vehicle exhaust and special washers and dryers to minimize cancer-causing agents that can attach to the gear. A ribbon-cutting ceremony is set at each firehouse for Thursday morning.
So very exciting ceremony. We hope we can see you all there tomorrow morning. A couple of other news and notes before we move forward. The City of Aurora's Youth Services team is excited to announce that its 2026 summer camp applications are now open. Currently, registration is open for East Aurora School District families for the Allen Elementary School Camp, West Aurora School District families for the Hill Elementary School Camp, the Theater Camp, which is open to all Aurora students, and the popular Downtown Aurora Summer Camp, also open to all Aurora students. You can register today through the URL on the screen. If you have any questions, you can contact the Boys and Girls Club at 847-608-5017. Applications for the Indian Prairie 204 and Oswego 308 summer camps are also going to be launched in the immediate future. More information on that to come soon. And finally, save the date for Mayor John Lash's first ever State of the City address. The event will take place on Thursday, April 16th, beginning at 5:30 p.m. over at Aurora University's Crimi Auditorium. An Eventbrite's going to be created soon. You will see more stuff on social media and all over the place from the city about the event, but we want to put that in your ear right now and mark that on your calendars. We look forward to seeing all of you there at John Lash's first State of the City address. That's it from my end. We'll move forward on the mayor's report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, John. So I have two agenda items that are going to pertain to, or not agenda items, parts of the mayor's report that will pertain to the data center discussion earlier. We just wanted to get them out of the way. But before we move to that, just a little bit of bad news to share with the council and the community. We were just informed yesterday that Mr. Rafael Valencia, the owner of Tecolotan Restaurant, also known as Teca, here in downtown passed away. Considering TECA's proximity to City Hall, I know that a lot of city employees, the Alderman's office, and probably a long list of mayors have patronized their business, and I know that many of us got to know the family and will miss them. So before we move forward, take just a brief moment of silence. So if everyone quick, just take a moment and honor Mr. Valencia's passing away. Thank you. Okay, do we have the next portion? Okay, we'll do ComEd first. I know that we emailed over some documents from ComEd. There's been a lot of questions about ComEd and power usage. We emailed them, but I know that they're also being distributed here, a paper copy. There's a lot more information that is available if anybody wants to go through reading it. Next slide. So I think I had mentioned previously that ComEd's existing peak power demand is around 24 gigawatts, or if you want to spell it out, 24,000 megawatts. Large load users requesting additional power over the last 3 years totals 30 gigawatts. So you can see that it would more than double the energy requirement here in the state of Illinois. I think we currently have 80 data centers in northern Illinois currently. And then the next bullet, Illinois' Power Authority conducted a study that warns of potential power outages or brownouts by 2029. So this is one of the reasons that it's called Bring Your Own Power, and there's a portion of that that requires data centers bringing a little bit of power with them, which Allison will be talking about later in the afternoon. Next slide. And then the question is, what are they doing about it? Well, one of the things they're doing is trying to get these large load users to pay more money up front. They came up with transmission security agreements, which means if a data center is coming in, they have to pay up front for some of the main power lines coming in to that area, and they have to put a deposit down. And what this has done is reduce the amount of speculative projects, and it keeps ComEd from running power lines to something that may never materialize. The rider DE is when there's new lines required just to go to a specific project. So those would be smaller, like a wooden pole to run out to a new warehouse or a data center that's in the middle of nowhere and doesn't have any power infrastructure attached to it. Next slide. Then the other question is, we saw a large increase on people's power bills last year. I know I took quite a few calls from it and comments in the community. ComEd is projecting that by 2028, residential, there'll be an increase of $2.50 to $3 a month, or about $40 a year, passing that cost on. There are legislative initiatives in this cycle to reduce that amount or, again, shift the full cost onto the large load users. ComEd has also come up with a low-income discount program, or LID program. We're going to be making that available through our communications team, but they've also got it in community services. And we can, put some over in the Alderman's office as well if people are struggling to pay their power bills. So very short, high-level look at what they're doing. There's more details in the documents that were distributed both in email and to you here tonight. And then I think the next piece that we wanted to add was to talk a little bit about BIPA. So I don't know if we've been able to get Matt Cho from the Electronic Frontier Foundation on to present to us remotely.
Hey, Mayor, thank you for the introduction.
We're trying to get in here and test it, but the RAP meeting went long.
Shall I begin? Apologies, Mayor Lash.
Okay, welcome. It's Matt. Go ahead and you get an opportunity to introduce yourself. You're presenting virtually. We've got a crowd of about 25 people, 12 city council members and myself, as well as other staff members. So welcome, and go ahead, and I know you're going to talk a little bit about BIPA and maybe field a few questions. We won't keep you on all night.
Thank you for the introduction, Mayor Lash. Am I coming in clear?
Yep, everybody can hear you.
All right, great. All right. Good evening. My name is Chao-Jun Liu, Senior Legislative Associate at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. We are a California-based nonprofit organization that works to protect civil liberties in the digital age. At our core, we believe that technology should not erode our rights, but rather advance them. In that vein, I'm here to provide a privacy organization's perspective on the importance and necessity of Illinois' Biometric Information Privacy Act, or BIPA. Our biometric information is deeply personal and unique. We only have one set of eyes, one face, one set of fingerprints. Technology that seeks to use our biometrics then represent a special kind of risk, and indeed create a special kind of harm. This is most clearly seen in the current uses of facial recognition technology. First, facial recognition technologies violate our right to privacy. A surveillance camera network with your face print can track your every movement in a defined area. And should that print then be shared across networks, your movements can then be tracked across multiple locations, further stripping away your privacy. Second, facial recognition technologies can and have led to wrongful arrests, most but not all of which have been against Black men. Third, it has been used to identify protesters, which can have the effect of intimidating people from participating in protests altogether, as well as other exercises of free speech. We know, for example, that ICE has used this technology to identify and personally intimidate protesters. And fourth, because these technologies rely upon the creation of a massive database, in this instance of our faces, there is a very real threat of a data breach. And unlike passwords, it's not so easy to go and get a new face. Furthermore, as biometric collection, use, and sharing becomes more widespread and invasive, the possibilities and realities of these harms only increase. This is where BIPA comes in. Illinois BIPA is the strongest biometric privacy law in the United States. It is the gold standard. At its core, BIPA does three things. It bans businesses from collecting or disclosing a person's biometric information as defined without their opt-in consent. 2, it requires businesses in possession of biometric information to delete that information after a fixed period of time. And 3, if a business violates a person's BIPA rights by unlawfully collecting, disclosing, or retaining their information, it gives that person what's called a private right of action to sue the business. Simply put, a business needs your permission before it collects or discloses your biometric information, and it must delete that information after a fixed period of time. And if businesses violate that right, you have the ability to bring them to court. In fact, it is through this private right of action that Illinoisans have protected their biometric privacy by bringing the lawsuits which stopped companies like Facebook and Clearview AI from inappropriately extracting and using people's face prints. Efforts to chip away at BIPA then hurt everyone. Businesses sometimes cite to the settlement amounts of BIPA suits to say that the threat of litigation creates an uncertain legal environment that makes conducting business in Illinois especially untenable. Using this argument, businesses often then ask for a carve-out or a weakening of existing law. This argument lacks merit. First, BIPA has been law since 2008. In the almost 2 decades since its enactment, BIPA has not stopped corporations from coming into Illinois and conducting business. Second, BIPA is clear as to what it requires of businesses. To repeat, a business cannot collect or disclose information without opt-in consent, and a business possessing information should delete it after a fixed period of time. A good corporate citizen does what is required by law, which leads to 3. If a business does not break the law, it does not need to worry about the costs associated with breaking the law. BIPA and BIPA-style laws protect not just the people of Illinois, but really everyone in the United States from corporate misuse of our biometric information by setting out clear rules and providing private individuals the ability to enforce the law. It has been a cornerstone of biometric privacy law, and its importance only increases with time. Currently, you have a proposal that would extend certain BIPA protections into the city of Aurora. We support this ordinance from a privacy perspective because any effort to defend BIPA and extend its reach protects the rights of individuals, protects our privacy, and keeps corporations accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear us fine?
Yes.
Okay, just real quick, I know we've got some repeat questions from audiences we've held town halls, so I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but what is the way to enforce BIPA currently?
Currently, the way to enforce BIPA is what is called a private right of action, in which an individual who has suffered a harm, so the most clear example is a business does not get your consent before it collects your information, that individual has the right to sue. So that is the clear enforcement mechanism. Within your specific ordinance, there is also the ability for the city attorney to bring that suit when there is a violation as well.
Okay, and then the other question I've heard from the community is, why does the data center industry want to get rid of BIPA if they're coming into the state? You said that it hasn't really stopped businesses since 2008. Why do they want to get rid of it?
Because BIPA provides all these other protections, right? Within that framing, I said BIPA does three things. It requires opt-in consent when they're collecting, and it requires a deletion period after. It requires that businesses who possess your information delete that information after a fixed period of time. Within that second piece of requiring deletion after a fixed period of time comes in a lot of written policy about how they possess the information, how the information is treated, and then how it is ultimately deleted. If there is no BIPA in play, they do not need to delete your information. They can keep that information for as long as they want and do whatever they want with it. And so that may well be why they want to get rid of BIPA.
Okay. Because we're going to have a discussion on this as we talk about the ordinance later, you won't be available at that time. I'm just going to open it up briefly to the council for any questions that you might have while we have an expert. It's Jonathan New, is that correct? I called you Matt at the beginning. I apologize.
Chow.
Sorry.
Just call me Chow, yes.
Okay, all right. Chow, sorry. Any members of the council have any questions for Mr. Chow?
Quick question.
Alderwoman Smith?
Who's they?
Who is they?
You said they want to get rid of it, so I was just trying to figure out who is they? Or
Well, I had asked if the data center industry, why does the data center industry want to get rid of?
that's who we're
BIPA?
referring to as they.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Alderman Barrero?
Mayor Lash, my question is, how does this apply to law enforcement, whether it's local, state, or fed?
Under current BIPA statute, corporations may disclose information within their possession should law enforcement come to them with a subpoena or a warrant. And so that is the current protection in place. If data center and data center businesses were to be carved out entirely from BIPA, then that protection would not exist. I will add that I am, I'm based in California. I'm more versed in California law, so I'm not sure what the other laws in the book are in Illinois. But from the perspective of BIPA statute, that would be what happens.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chow. Appreciate your joining us virtually, and hopefully you got nicer weather than we do.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the mayor's report, and I'm sure, John, we can terminate that communication. Next on the agenda is public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to offer public comment?
We do, Mr. Mayor.
And will you please read the rules of public comment?
Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, all persons shall be permitted an opportunity to address public officials under the rules established and recorded by the council. Under our rules, any person may address the committee of the whole for up to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes allotted for all public comment. No person other than the timekeeper or the chair for the purpose of maintaining order may interrupt a person recognized for public comment during his or her comments. Members of the committee of the whole shall not engage with nor respond to a speaker during the time set aside for public comment. Staff is directed to follow up with members of the public with respect to any concerns raised during public comment within the scope of the city's authority following the adjournment of this meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you please read the name of the first person wishing to offer public comment?
Anonymous Aurora resident.
Welcome, Ms. Anonymous. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is that on? I just want to know if we can count on each and every one of you to work together with your committees so that the chairs can pass a clean ordinance regarding data centers and be able to, at some point, it may not be right now, you can always tweak it later, but being able to increase distance, increase monitoring, increase their unannounced inspections, and to decrease their decibel levels. We need to pass each of these ordinances so that when they go back to the meeting next week for the 24th, it needs to pass cleanly, or if it fails, bad things happen. If it does not pass for regulating the data centers, we don't want to rely on going back to a 30-day moratorium extension, because if that happens, then anyone who applies for a data center in that 30-day period will then be not under any stringent 2026 regulations, oversight, and strict rules, but it would revert back to the old set of things that they had, which really didn't exist. So it would be a really big problem because they would not have to comply to anything currently. So I beg of you to each work together to pass this cleanly so that on the 24th we can pass this and not send anything or any parts or splitting it up going back to wrap, because we don't have time for that. This has to pass on March 24th next week, because that's the only way to be able to have this go through together and to build more strict rules for them. We don't want to have them applying under a hardship stress application. We don't want to risk that because they have another loophole, another weasel way to try and get in an application under the old administration rules, which is how we got in this mess to begin with. We have too many people who are suffering right now that are living near the current existing data centers. I do realize that we have two components to data centers. What you're addressing now is what is for applying to new applicants and new data centers being built in the future. That is not applicable to those that are existing already. We need to turn around after this big date on the 24th and then start working hard to go back and find a way to get them to comply and regulate the existing ones. I found out last night that data centers are often infiltrated with crypto coin, dark money, and nefarious purposes also. So there is no benefit except for revenue, and it's not worth selling out your residents, and I thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Manuel Fernando Cardoza.
Welcome, Mr. Cardoza. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
City and honorable members, I come here to speak my mind today, relating to unifying the people of Aurora. If, say, unifying the people reaches up to 15,000 with the unofficial Aurora Civilian Council, or ACC in short, one action could be taken to somewhat test the numeral influence of the ACC can be to see if it's possible to remove an individual from the position of alderman if in one of the 10 wards. Given the limited numbers of voters participating in the local city elections, there has to be at least one alderman that is not seen in a good light. Possibly, but I'm not entirely sure about that. Whoever that may be, the ACC can focus on that specific ward and unite the people and see if a petition could be done or some type of emergency election to where, if the people want to, can elect a new alderman, but only if a overwhelming majority wants it within that specific ward. Of course, such an action would only be a test run to see the influence of unifying the people and ensure the people of that specific ward is properly represented. The whole idea is just a mere thought, nothing more, to see what is possible or can be possible. If it is, then it can send a message to those who don't represent the people properly. Speaking of the ACC, its YouTube channel will soon start uploading these streams, just the Committee of a Whole and City Council meeting on its YouTube channel. Within those videos, comments will be turned on, but also, if the time is available, Spanish subtitles will be hand typed to allow for a more wider audience that don't know full English. Of course, after the stream is concluded. If the city doesn't like the idea, then they can tell me directly in person. Now I'll mention 2 Aurora YouTube channels from 2 co-workers of mine from my job if I have the time. One is a rapper by the name of Yon T. If you want to listen to the best local rap songs in Aurora, then go check out YouTube channel Garden Collective, because Yon T is one of the best rappers in the whole Aurora. I would even say he's the best rapper in the whole of King County. The other channel, Joe Vlogs, with a Z at the end and no space between Joe Vlogs, is one of the best vlogs channels within Aurora. If you want a more down-to-earth experience in Aurora, then go check out that channel, Joe Vlogs. My time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardoza. I'll ask the clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Mavis Bates.
Welcome, Ms. Bates. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. First, I want to thank our staff for the excellent work they've done to prepare this report about data centers. And I want to thank the City Council, every one of you, for giving your consideration to this important subject of protecting our quality of life by making sure that our community is protected from any detrimental effects of these new data centers. The issues of correct zoning for data centers, limiting their placement in our community without trying to ban any data centers, is a common sense solution to their placement. Protecting our residents from the noise of the generators, chillers, fans, etc., is exactly what good governance is all about. Many of us were at the open house that was held a few weeks ago, and we all heard the anger and the anguish from people who live too close to Cyrus 1 data center. They deserve our protection. Vibrations are another threat to the quality of life for those who live close to data centers. Please keep them away from our residential neighborhoods. Finally, and maybe most importantly, we need to make sure that data centers are not taking the energy and water away from us, the human beings who need these resources for life. We are not seeking to totally ban data centers in Aurora. We know we need good union jobs for our union families and economic development to survive and thrive. I know you are walking a fine line to protect both jobs and quality of life for our neighbors. We need better zoning and fair limits on data centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bates. I'll ask the clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Rick Lawrence.
Welcome, Mr. Lawrence. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
I want to speak back on ethics. John, a lot of times I've defended you, even though you and I are on completely different planets when it comes to things. But last week, what I watched is you organized, or your people organized, a series of public comments. And they came up here and threw out numbers of certain aldermen that took all kinds of money. Now, they didn't point out every alderman that took it out, just the ones, John, that you are targeting and you want to replace. It's a well-known fact. Even somebody like Wani, they threw out numbers that were over 21 years that she's been on council, acting like she took a bag full of money. You didn't bring up Mr. Larson here, who ran a shadow campaign declaring nothing with the Democrats in DuPage County. You pointed out, Ms. Smith over there, that you gave them information. She didn't even take that kind of money. She didn't take that money. And you went down the line. You didn't point out Alderman Bug, because he seems to be supporting you now. You made this thing, you said it was about ending corruption. Well, that's corrupt. I spent 8 years with a mayor that was a bully, that tried to target different aldermen and try to intimidate aldermen. He did the same type of tactics as that. And you're doing the same thing. So what you were doing by organizing those things just to target certain aldermen, not talking about corruption and everything else, but you were targeting the aldermen that you want replaced, that you could put your people on the council so that you could pass your green agenda. That's what you're doing. So just be honest about it. But what you did there is corrupt by targeting and skewing the facts to making that in. No one wants to take the money. I didn't take any money when I was on it. But what you did there, and you with people like Wani, who was on there when I came in 21 years ago, and you made it sound like she just took the money. And it's wrong. I mean, if you can't pass the ordinance based on common sense, don't have people come up here and just target certain aldermen that you want to get rid of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. I'll ask clerk, please read the name of the next person wish to offer public comment.
Avid
Chowdhury.
Chowdhury. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Chowdhury. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the council members. I mean, from the last meeting, I learned my lesson. I get so touchy and passionate about this thing here that I just speak randomly then. So I wrote down a couple of things, and I'm going to be reading from that. I mean, we residents, we understand that data center ordinance is required, and want to thank the city for its initiative. There's a good job getting done here. However, I want to start by saying this. We are not against progress and business coming to Aurora. We understand their economic value and their role in the future. But what we are against are the business that comes at the cost of our quality of life. Over the past several months, residents worked in good faith with the Planning and Zoning Commission and agreed upon certain protective measures for data centers. It appears the city has reverted some of those major protective measures that was previously agreed upon in good faith with the city, Planning and Zoning Commissions. The first one of them is the zoning one. Now, if you have seen the data centers, and I hope all of you have seen Cyrus 1, I mean, they have got 90 generators and who knows how many chillers up over there. No way they look like, light industrial or office type of an, business. I mean, probably even if we have any other code more than M2, higher than M2, probably they qualify for that. However, we were told that the data center would be limited to only M2 districts, areas intended for heavy industrial use. Now those restrictions have been rolled back to include OR1 and M1 zones. This effectively opens the door for data centers to be built near residential neighborhoods on parcels many of us in Ward 10 never imagined would host industrial scale facilities. Second, the sound level. I think at some point of time we agreed upon 50 decibel at the property line. We recommended 45 and 35, 45 during the daytime and 35 during the night time, but then I think there was an agreement about 50 dB at the property line during the daytime operation. This was revised back to 59 decibel during the day and 49 at night. And this may look reasonable on paper, but for facilities that operate 24/7, this creates a constant background noise that resident will live with every single day. And I think one of our residents, he has a sound recording of what I think 62 looks like, what we are getting. And he's going to play it over here and you can see, you can hear that, how it feels. The third thing is the notification. This definitely gets me. at a minimum, they are saying that
Mr.
that
Chowdhury,
will,
your 3 minutes is up.
it's already up?
Your 3 minutes is up
Oh, okay.
for public comment. Thank you so much. I'll ask clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Kay Evans.
Hello.
Welcome, Mr. Evans. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. So I'm not sure if it was worth my time coming up, because I just feel like, are you guys listening to us? I mean, just repeating what a lot of other people have said. Hopefully you do. I live very close to the data center. I can see it out my window, out my back door from my yard. I can hear it pretty much every day. You know, you hear people say things like, oh, it's only 50 decibels or 60 decibels. It's really not that bad. That's the sound of a soft, fuzzy little kitten purring or a soft, a dishwasher running. But I can guarantee you that's not what it sounds like. You can hear it through your windows. If your windows are open, you can hear it. If you're trying to enjoy the tranquility in your backyard, it's annoying. You can hear it. I used to have conversations with my neighbor who would be like from here to that pillar. And maybe I'm working in my yard. We can't talk anymore. I have to walk over to the fence or yell. Just can't talk. It's that loud. So I can tell you that if you were in our position and you lived by the current data center, all of you would be on this side of the microphone complaining because you have to live with that. So I just take that into consideration as we go forward. I don't know what more we can say to you to convince you. I just hope that somewhere, everybody gets through and you realize that these data centers, because right now it's just one data center. If we have, and if the wind's blowing in the right direction, then we get a nice peaceful day. It's not that bad. But on those days when the wind's not blowing, or if it's blowing towards our houses, it's very annoying. It's even louder than on those other days. But that's just one data center. What's going to happen when more data centers move in? So I don't know. That's our concern. It's going to be even louder. So please listen to us.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I'll ask clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Laura Evans.
Welcome, Ms. Evans. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
All right. Everyone is looking at Aurora. This has become basically nationwide. So they want to see what you're going to do tonight, next Tuesday. We want you guys to set an example and be the leaders. Increase the distance between the homes and the data centers that are projected. Having it 1,000 feet is basically once around a track. Let's get it at least twice around the track distance between the data centers and homes. Lower the decibels from 50 and 40 would be helpful. Like we're saying, if it's 55 for a ceiling fan, can you imagine 1,400 chillers running, fans going on at one time? It's loud. So basically, we want you to lower it. We've noticed too, and it's not just me, I've talked to neighbors, they put it on at 2 in the morning. Because it wakes me up, and it's like, why am I up? The chillers are going louder. I think it's probably because overseas are now starting to bring in their data. So 2 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock at night, those fans get louder as they get more and more data coming through. Basically, I'm very confident, as Mr. Curley is, that he's confident that this is far enough. I'm confident it's not far enough because we're living it. We can set the example. We can tell you we're confident, by experience, it's not far enough. And we are currently experiencing brownouts in our neighborhood. Put them in the MR2 only. We know they're noisy. Would you put an industrial park, industrial business into a residential? No. So keep it where it belongs, in the noisy area. One thing I was curious about is how much taxes do they really pay in property taxes? Because as far as my calculations, there's like about 9 data centers in or coming to Aurora currently. And it seems like one of the meetings I was at earlier this year, there was problems with the budget, not enough money. I think we should be getting our taxes lowered. We don't want you to disappoint future residents like your predecessors who had disappointed us. We want you to learn from their mistakes, set the bar high, and show that Aurora is the example, not the exception, and we're going to follow the minimal like everybody else because nobody else is doing it a little bit more. Be better than everybody else. Be the standards that other cities are looking to. Do it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. I'll ask clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Leo Wright.
Welcome,
Good evening,
Mr. Wright. You have
everybody.
3 minutes beginning now.
Morning, or good evening, Mayor. So everyone wants to hear what this sounds like. I'm not sure, maybe some have, some haven't, and I don't think this does it justice. This is in my backyard. I'm about 1,500 feet from the property line. And you could not only hear it, but you could feel it. And this is 24 hours a day. It never goes away. Never goes away. And Cyrus 1 has been promising since April they're going to take care of the situation. The only reason we're all here tonight and all these people are here concerned about this is because of Cyrus 1. They're ruining it for the entire data center community because what they're doing here in Aurora. They've been kicking the can forever. They've been looking at us smiling, apologizing, thanking us for our patience. But the bottom line is we still hear it. We still hear it. It's still there. One of the other things that Mr. Curley brought up, regulating 2 generators at a time. Well, there's 90 generators at Cyrus 1. If they ran them each for 15 minutes, there would be a total of over 11 hours per day that they would be allowed to run their generators. That's ludicrous. And those sound walls they put up are really not doing anything. They're too far away from the generators. The exhaust is on top. It's going right over the wall and into the community. So before we pass a moratorium, we need to get Cyrus 1 in line and get them to conform with the ordinances that are already on the books. I doubt I've seen something that potential fines could be $4,000 a day. The city would love to have that revenue for almost a year. So let's enforce what's on the books. And then Mr. Curley also brought up that 59 decibels, staff believes it would be reduced down to 50. Well, that's great, but let's see some engineering reports that's going to demonstrate that. We don't want to take anybody's word for it. We want to see stamp reports from a third-party firm that's going to tell us exactly what we're going to hear for the rest of our lives as long as we live here. So the city, like Laura says, let's set an example. Let's set some stringent rules in place, get Cyrus 1 to conform, and get them to be the good neighbors that they say they are. So, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll ask the clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Danielle Fisher.
Welcome, Ms. Fisher. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. I tried to cut back from what I did the first time. It's a mess, so please bear with me. On the data centers, I noticed that staff keeps saying we are following the strictest state regulations, industry standards, but Aurora's home rule. The city can set standards for other towns now, like Ms. Evans said. Let's make the difference. Let's be the ones to lead. I'm mainly referring to the same things they are, the distance, the decibels. Regulations are 59 decibels at the end of the day. Research has shown that sound constantly over 50 decibels causes negative physical and mental health effects, greatly decreasing quality of life. I did a whole write-up study. I'd send it to council members. The new regulations require Tier 4 fans. They say, oh, it's going to be better. I did research on that. That can still be heard up to 2 miles. So is it really going to be better? And then staff mentioned decibels will hopefully be less than 40 decibels farther away. Again, what Leo said, prove it. Where is this documentation? Oh, we think it's going to be. That's not good enough. Sound travels. Set stricter regulations to ensure that Aurora doesn't have another Cyrus 1 situation. Plan Commission, they had only allowed it in M2, but there are not very many locations, I guess, they go in, so legal wasn't wanting to support that. But the height allowance in ORI is the highest at 100 feet, so there could potentially be a 10-story noisy monstrosity 2 blocks from residential, education, and hospitals with a 1,000-foot recommended distance from them. That's not good enough. What about them being maybe an M1 and M2, not OR? Would that satisfy illegal? Ultimately, they need to be limited on where they go and farther away from residential and stricter fines, preferably a right to terminate clause, because they're just going to keep paying those fines. I was wondering if this commission can request that they be an M1 and M2, not ORI, increase distance and lower decibels, and pass that on to the next meeting. I don't know really what anybody can do, but that's my hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. I'll ask clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Kathy?
Hi, thanks
Welcome,
again
Kathy. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
All right, thanks. Thanks for being here and listening to everyone. We know that data centers and AI centers and warehouses have made their place in the world and is making more of a stand in Illinois and right here, our community of Aurora area. So with that being said, some of the experts feel, from my research, I finally got into some of this data stuff, some of the experts feel that the AI data centers may soon start building their own nuclear reactors. I don't know if they are already or not, but it'll be becoming more prevalent, and it's becoming a very serious discussion. Data centers look badly, mainly because we allow them, the communities don't require them to look better. In my research, it shows that when the communities require them to look better, they do step up and they do have a better appearance, and they're not such an eyesore when they are permitted to come into the community. We've learned and we know that the AI centers utilize a much more aggressive amount of water resources and power grid energy. So with that, all of that, of course, is trickled down to the taxpayers, because the more that goes up, of course, it all trickles down. I did hear you say, Mayor, that there's some subsidized, or they can sign up for assistance with this to a part, but it goes under hardship, and it's where, why? Why isn't the $1 trillion industry business? They're a business. We're a city community, and yeah, we're a business too, but this is our livelihood. So why are we going under a hardship because of their multi-trillion-dollar industry is deciding to lay a huge footprint in our area, utilizing our natural resources, which is a big deal. The cluster buildings sets are very close to, well, they're close. And I heard that there's from a meeting that I had attended, that's to homes. And I'm not sure if it was including church. It's not including parks or other areas that people are there to enjoy some kind of quality of life, to escape maybe the noise that they're hearing from in their house. I just don't understand why this business is wanting to relocate and to have a footprint in an area where there's so much hardship of them being here.
Thank you.
Is my time up?
Yeah, your 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Kathy. I'll ask clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Julie Mraz?
Welcome, Ms. Mraz. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. I live at the corner of Clara and Spur Lane, about 2 blocks from the Cyrus 1 data center. The signs are mine that shows the decibel level that we experience. I took them on various days when I was walking my dog down Clara after work, 75.7, 69, 63, and I have a bunch more pictures. And I make sure that when I take the pictures, that there aren't any airplanes or cars or even boomer barking at someone. When Cyrus 1 was testing their generator within the last month or so, I could hear the hum while I was brushing my teeth with the water running. That's loud. The proposal says 59 decibels at the property line during the day and 49 at night. That's just way too high. I recommend 49 during the day and 39 at night, or even lower if you would do it. It needs to be measured not only at the data center's property line, but also farther away because noise travels. We thought we had the 3949 in place after our March meeting, and it reverted back the next day. I don't know how that happened. Mr. Curley in our last meeting stated that our experience with Cyrus 1 is different from the proposal that's going in place because Cyrus 1 is supposed to be, it's different than what the proposal is. But Cyrus 1 is supposed to be complying with Illinois standards, which looks like the standard is around 60 decibels for impulsive sound based on the property line. If we can't hold Cyrus 1 to that standard, how will Aurora hold other data centers to that standard? A $1,000 a day fine will not do anything to influence a multi-million-dollar company to comply. Litigation doesn't seem to help either because we still have decibel levels over 70. Would you want to live 1,000 to 1,500 feet from a data center and take the chance that the data center will comply with the decibel level? I get that we need data centers, but the noise shouldn't negatively impact the community, and we were here before the data center was. I know the staff researched other data center restrictions in other states, but did they talk to the people that live right by the data centers? If they did, I'm sure they would have come to a different conclusion. We really hope that you look at the distance from 1,000, 1,500 and make that bigger and reduce that decibel level. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I'll ask the clerk to please read the name of the last person who signed up for public comment.
Akshay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome,
Thank you,
Akshay.
committee.
You have 3 minutes
Before
beginning
you
now.
give me 3 minutes, I have one request. There are 2 slides. Can I point those out to you before I begin? If Mr. Crowley can show those? Because those kind of contradict themselves, and it's really important that everybody understands what I'm trying to say.
If you can reference them or give them a number or raise your hand during the presentation, we'll try and remember
Okay.
your comments
Okay.
if you raise your hand when those slides come up.
Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah. So
thanks.
one of the particular slide mentioned 250 feet, and then the other proposals are talking about 1,000 feet difference, and they don't make sense whatsoever, right? If you build something that's 250 feet away from a community, while you're trying to enforce 1,000-foot distance for sound level, it's contradictory. It doesn't make sense. That's number one. Second thing I heard over and over again, Mr. Curley talk about, they surveyed the other communities, and that's how some of these ordinances were drafted. But as you know, if something is built, you can't really get rid of it, right? All you can do is trying to enforce what was already done. And it's really, really hard to do after something is already put in place that costs millions and millions of dollars. The other thing I would point out is the compliance of the existing data centers, right? We have some of the proposals that we are discussing are for the new. What about the old ones, right? And then we need to have some sort of a strict ordinance passed before the 24th or on the 24th with some modifications later on. Because if we, let it lapse and we extend the moratorium, we're going to have a problem, right? So my request is that we pass something that allows us to modify at the later date, but at least something in place to enforce anybody else want to build new data centers. For the monitoring, right? I've seen in the slides that talk about annual reporting, we need continuous reporting where anybody in the city of Aurora within those limits can go online on city's website and just look it up what the decibel levels are. The other misconception is mounting the chillers on top 1,000 feet away doesn't really do anything. And the reason for that is a lot of others have mentioned is the direction of the wind.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes is complete.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, that concludes the public comment section. Next, we'll move to the committee reports. I'll ask Chairman Mike Seville to give the BZ&E committee report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The BZ&E committee met on March 11, 2026, and reviewed the following item: 26-0154, an ordinance prohibiting the use of groundwater as a potable water supply by the installation or use of potable water supply wells or by any other method. We're talking about the property at the old Aurora Laundry site on South River Street, south of North Avenue, and not allowing potable water usage because of their past environmental problems.
Are there any questions or discussion on this agenda item? Okay, hearing none, 260154 will be added to the consent agenda.
And that's the report from BZ&E Committee, Mayor.
Thank you, Chairman Seville. Next, I'll ask Chairman Mesiacos to give the Finance Committee report.
Yes, Mayor. The Finance Committee scheduled for March 12, 2026 was canceled. Believe it or not, the Finance Committee didn't have anything to discuss.
I guess I'll believe it.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, I'll ask Chairman Carl Franco to give the PHST Committee report.
Thank you. The Public Health, Safety, and Transportation Committee met on March 10, 2026, and reviewed the following items: 25-0795, a resolution authorizing a one-year contract with Air One Equipment for the purchase of protective gear for the fire department in the amount not to exceed $316,000 with 2 optional one-year extensions.
Are there any questions or discussions on this agenda item? Hearing none, 250795 will be added to the consent agenda.
Next one is 26-0076, a resolution authorizing Director of Purchasing to enter into an agreement with LDV Custom Specialty Vehicles for the construction of a negotiator vehicle for the APD Crisis Negotiator Team in an amount not to exceed $200,000, and this will be funded by the Treasury Assets Forfeiture Program.
Are there any questions or discussion on this agenda item? Hearing none, I'll ask that 260076 be added to the consent agenda.
And 26-0151, a discussion of parking and speed studies. We talked to the traffic engineer at the last meeting, and we discussed them giving us a quarterly report on various things that are happening in the city, such as speed limit signs, adding, removing. Talked about traffic signal database. Talked about truck route maps, updating of truck route maps. How many signs are necessary, because we talked about there's a lot of signs in certain areas. Some are inconsistent, some are redundant. So there's a variety of things we had discussed, and they're going to look into and give us a quarterly report. So I would suggest if there's any aldermen or alderwomen that want to have certain specifics about parking, about traffic signals, anything like that, maybe forward it to the PHST committee, and we'll bring it to the attention of traffic engineers so we make sure this in their quarterly report. But going forward, that's where they're going to give us an update every once in a while on that.
Okay, so to clarify, one other little piece on this, we did in our Public Works update this week, talk about it. If a sign is going into a ward, they will also include the ward alderperson via the chief of staff or the alderman's office. So you will get notified when a new sign is going into said ward. And other than that, we'll continue with the quarterly reports, but if there's a request, that needs to, for a sign, it needs to go through the Public Works Department so they can do adequate traffic studies, et cetera. Alderwoman Bade.
Mayor, can we ask staff to add some legislation text to this? There is nothing.
There is none. This is for discussion only. This is not going on a consent agenda. I believe it was brought to this committee of the whole, so
Yes.
to make the rest of the council aware of the discussion that was had at the PHST meeting.
I
So it was a
understand.
discussion only,
Yes.
and they're going to have a quarterly, staff will have a quarterly report.
So my feeling going forward, as we see these quarterly reports come in.
Alderman Seville.
Oh, I would just want to let them know. So if we see these quarterly reports coming in, that will generate new questions and some of these things you don't think about. Because when the mayor was talking about signage going in, letting the aldermen know, we used to do that, the government operations thing. So some of these are a retread, but a lot of people don't know that. So these questions and data coming in will allow us to ask better questions and say, I didn't know that, now I have a better question. So this is going to be a fluid thing going forward, and it'll work out, but it'll probably be a little bit tighter once we get in it a little bit. That's my understanding of this, so I'm sorry about that, Mayor.
Alderman Seville.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, this was our first report, and as Alderman Franco said, that we used to hear the Government Operations Committee and be presented with all different signage that was approved and go in the neighborhoods. That stopped. So we're looking to have that information to come back to us. So since this was just the first verbal report, we've asked to put something in writing. So I think that's something that we can share at the committee of the whole at such time that that's done quarterly. So everyone's kept abreast of what's going on in their wards.
And so Public Works is maintaining a Excel sheet database of changes coming in with signs. Any other
Mayor Lash?
questions? Alderman Barrero.
I have a question. So I have quite a few requests that have come through, and we've submitted them through the portal, the resident, and I usually put one in also. I think sometimes if you put more in, it gets attention, but some of these, there's no follow-up with these. And so would these be added? Anything that's added or submitted through 311? Would these be added to the report?
Yes, correct. That's one way for them to reach
And would it be-
the Public Works. And what you want then is on that Excel sheet, some sort of status, which I
Right.
think is the goal of this.
Approved or denied,
And then why? Like there wasn't enough traffic or it didn't warrant it per the traffic study.
And by ward also.
Correct. Jason, do you have anything to add?
Jason Bauer with the Department of Public Works. No, I think you summarized it well, you and Alderman Franco. That's basically our intention. And yeah, as Alderman Seville said, this was more just a verbal presentation to start gathering the information on what a policy would look like. And there will be more legislative text at some point. Probably for that next quarterly report, we'll have more policies identified, and there would be that, the next report would be available to be distributed and make sure everybody's in the loop.
So it would be like a ward organized Excel sheet that shows the application coming in, what the source of the application was, what was done with it.
Right, yep, correct. And so if those come through, the one thing that we would like, just so that we don't have emails here that can sometimes get lost, is if they are logged through properly, that would help. So even if a constituent calls in and you want to log it, if you just work with your aldermanic aides to make sure it gets logged through the proper channels that we're making sure we track them.
Any other questions, Alderman Barrow?
No, I'm looking forward to the report. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions on this discussion item? Okay. There's no reason for this to go to consent.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Mayor, that concludes the PHST committee report.
Thank you, Alderman Franco. Next, I'll ask Chairwoman Wani Garza to give the IT committee report.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. We met on March 9, and the first item in the agenda is 26-0091, a resolution authorizing the Director of Purchasing to purchase services for Amendment 5 of the System Maintenance Agreement with L3 Harris, Melbourne, Florida, for $284,189.
Any questions or discussions on this agenda item?
Consent.
Hearing no discussion, we'll ask that item 260091 be placed to the consent agenda.
Next is 26-0137, a resolution authorizing the Director of Purchasing to enter an agreement with Chordrer Asphalt Services, Inc. to the amount of $1,058,300 for the 2026 citywide payment patching for water and sewer maintenance.
Consent.
Any questions or discussion on this agenda item? Hearing none, 260137 will be added to the consent agenda.
Next one is 26-0138, a resolution to award the Star Avenue Water Main Replacement Project located in Ward 1 to Gerardi Water and Sewer Company and the bid amount of $467,106.00.
Consent.
Are there any questions or discussion on this agenda item? Hearing none, 260138 will be added to the consent agenda.
And we conclude the meeting, Mayor, with that item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next, I will ask Alderman Bug to give the RAP committee report as the chairman of that committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The RAP committee met on March 3rd, 2026, reviewed the following items for your consideration. We also met today, March 18th. Part of them are from today. First matter, 26-0098, ordinance amending Chapter 6, alcoholic liquor, Section 6-2, definitions, and Section 6-8, classifications of the City of Aurora Code of Ordinances. This has to do mostly with our new casino that is being built right now and creating some special classifications for them. Consent?
Are there any questions or discussions on this agenda item? Hearing none, I'll ask that we add 260098 to the consent agenda.
Okay. And I will, if you like, I can read all four into the record.
Yeah, I think why don't we read all four into the record, or what we could do is just read the first one and act on each one separately, and have the discussion about all of them at the beginning. Why don't we just read the first one and then see how we're going to act on that?
Okay. Well, yeah. I don't know how staff's going to present because they're kind of intertwined. 26-0092, ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, City of Aurora by adding Chapter 50, Aurora Responsible Data Center Ordinance, and Chapter 51, Data Center Privacy Protection Ordinance pertaining to performance standards and operational reporting requirements for data centers.
Consent? I'm just kidding. We're going to have a long discussion on the next four agenda items that are all bundled together. We'll get an explanation of why the four are coming forward and how, and then we'll open it up for questions. And I heard several questions from the audience, which I've written questions down to address from staff as well. So why don't we just hear it again?
Evening, Mayor and council members. John Curley, Chief Development Services Officer from the City of Aurora, and Allison Lindbergh is going to help me present this particular item in front of you. As you'll recall, well, I should say all four of the next items you'll be hearing have to do with data centers or the resulting warehouse regulations as we peel data centers away from warehouse definitions. As you'll recall, almost 6 months ago now, we enacted a data center moratorium and warehouse moratorium, and our definitions for data centers currently, as the current regulations exist, do not delineate data centers differently from warehouses. Based on lived experiences of our citizenry and staff's opinion as well, we acknowledge and requested the moratorium that you all evaluated almost 180 days ago for putting a halt to processing and then giving us some time to propose new regulations. We now have these four items in front of you, and it's important to note for all four of them as they work in concert that our moratorium, our current moratorium that's in place, expires on March 24th, next Tuesday. And if we do not have new legislation or extend the moratorium, that will leave a gap of the existing regulations that we have now. That being said, with as tight as the time frame is, we are poised to enact a 30-day extension, which is part of the moratorium that you all passed 180 days ago, which allows us to give ourselves another 30 days without coming back to council for a further extension beyond the 30 days. So that mechanism to let a little bit of the steam out of the bottle is an available option for council as well. Just kind of a timeline of how we got here. So we established the moratorium on September 25th. We were here basically at the first of the year to read out what progress and research that we had done across the country. We had a public open house on February 12th. We were at Plan Commission on both the 18th, and then the public hearing held open for March 4th. And we, as a result of that, we had two wrap discussions about the two of the items on the first wrap date of March 3rd, and then two of the items just preceding this meeting today. These four items in concert will create a regulatory framework to help mitigate any negative impacts that we've experienced from data centers. with new regulations, and we've designed them for transparency, accountability, and legal defensibility. There's 2 ordinances that deal with zoning, and there's an item that deals with building code, and then one that's a code of ordinances amendment. Just going from left to right, the responsible data center ordinance, which is 260092, which is the one we're considering right now, was heard by RAP on March 3rd. And I think I should kind of touch on the balance of the overview and then just focus on 0092, if that's okay, Mayor?
That's fine if that's your portion, but
Yeah.
I think we want to cover all the content now
Okay.
with all the presenters, but go ahead and lay out why.
Okay.
Why there's 4 pieces, I think.
Yeah, so the 0092, which is the first item you're considering, adds new chapters, Chapter 50 and 51, to the Code of Ordinances. It addresses data center operations and transparency reporting, and then it references the new zoning requirements. 260112, which RAP considered just before this meeting, is a zoning text amendment. That zoning text amendment had to go to Plan Commission. The prior one, 0092, because it was not zoning regulations, did not need to go to Plan Commission. That particular piece of regulation is specific to data centers. It defines the data center separately from warehouses, and it creates performance requirements for data centers that are established, that an entitlement's established after April 1st of 2026. The next item, 260114, is the warehouse zoning amendments. Again, we're peeling, the prior 112 is peeling data centers out from warehouses. We then had to modify the warehouse zoning amendments. We additionally looked at some other warehouse regulations that we were both interested in and realized that there was a discrepancy between the way we handled vibration standards, and I realize I misspelled that, sorry, for ORI M1 and M2, and we're now consolidating both the methodology and promoting a tighter standard. And the last item is building regulations for 0115. That was heard by RAP on 3.3. It clarifies our ability to require testing and verification of applicable standards, and then also references the zoning requirements. This was here just to indicate that the middle 2, because they were zoning-related text amendments, needed to go for the public hearings through Planning and Zoning Commission. That hearing was started on February 18th and held open and concluded on March 4th. And this slide touches on kind of the overall process of approvals that the city's involved with for data centers. And the last piece talks about operational compliance after they open. So for the zoning entitlements, there are the color coding is indicating which piece of legislation is related to the item. Engineered sound modeling is submitted. That's in the zoning amendments. That's part of the entitlement process. Vibration modeling is submitted. That's part of the of 114. And then demonstration of compliance with all local, state, and federal regulations as part of the reporting that's required in the entitlement requests in 112. Just prior to construction for permitting, there are building code amendments that apply for new modeling of the data center, and a certification that the data center is built per the approved plans that were entitled in step 1. That comes from the data center zoning amendments. And the last item, vibration generating equipment installed as entitled and permitted, is coming from 115. Post-construction testing, so just prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the city is, there's a modification here from the Plan Commission. I'm sorry, this is not from Plan Commission, this is from RAP. We're suggesting that, based on public comment, that city selected engineers be engaged by the developer at their cost to demonstrate that sound and vibration testing, in-place testing, is compliant prior to an occupancy. It requires attestations. It confirms real-world compliance with the requirements, and all these reports will be filed with the city. As I mentioned, the occupancy approval is predicated upon that compliance and will be demonstrated prior to a temporary or a full certificate being occupied. That's laid out in 115. And the sound regulations and vibration regulations would apply to any equipment that is added. That comes from 112 zoning regulations. On the operational compliance side of things, there's annual certification and continued sound compliance requirements that come from the Responsible Data Center Ordinance 0092. And then replacement equipment meeting new requirements comes from 0092. And then the testing requirements for wholesale redevelopment or equipment additions is coming from 112. So we will touch on all those in their own legislation bundle, but we wanted to show an overview of how they are kind of all intertwined together as part of a comprehensive proposal. I'm going to turn it over to Allison here.
Hello, Council. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Allison Lindberg, Director of Sustainability here with the City of Aurora. So what you see before you on a slide is some results of an online survey that we conducted. We opened it on February 8th, and the results that you're seeing are actually as of March 3rd. You should see an updated packet with the survey responses as of today. We received a few more responses. So essentially what our respondents have said is that their biggest concerns around data centers are increased utility bills, water consumption, water quality, high energy use, air pollution and air quality, and then noise. And you'll see we also asked them which wards they resided in, and the majority of our responses came from Ward 4, 10, and 9. This slide just highlights some of the overall community sentiments that we saw through some of the comments. So we did have an open comment section in the survey so people could write whatever they wanted. I don't want to belabor any of these. I think you heard a lot of public comment today, but we generally were just trying to balance the concerns from our citizens, both those that have been experiencing effects from data centers and those that are concerned about future data centers, with everything else that you have to consider just being a municipality in general. So I'm going to try to make this extremely brief, but this slide basically encompasses all 4 of the ordinances and what the situation was before, what the topic was that we're trying to address with the proposed changes and what it would be after. So right now, noise is pretty difficult to measure. We do have state standards, but we are proposing that we make a different type of standard that's measured more easily, that has clear day and nighttime noise limits. They are technically probably lower than the state requirements. I'll let Mr. Curley explain that. We are requiring professional sound studies, and he'll go into more of that. But basically, we have some noise proposed changes here. For the water concerns, we don't technically have anything for water currently. So now what we would be requiring is a detailed water study at the time of proposal that shows how they're getting the source, how of the water, the demand, and potential community impacts. And we are also requiring annual reporting. We are also requiring water use limits. So you will also be hearing about that today. On the energy side, again, we don't have any specific EE or renewable requirements beyond what is already required for warehouses. So we will be addressing that with some on-site renewable energy or battery storage requirements and some efficiency standards and continuous reporting. We will also be prohibiting modular nuclear installation. On the emissions side, the backup generators are permitted through general federal regulations and some state regulations, but we will also be requiring an air quality impact review, and we will also be restricting testing to just 2 generators at a time. On the privacy and AI protections, we do have BIPA, which you have heard about, but we will also be requiring that we receive an annual compliance certification that says that data centers and the companies that are operating within data centers are still meeting those requirements. You'll hear more about that as well. And then transparency. This was a really big thing that we heard in public comment, is that a lot of our citizens are concerned that data centers are not operating responsibly. And so currently, we have no city council oversight unless it's a conditional use. There's no public comment that's required. And there's no ongoing reporting specific to data centers. So this will require all new data centers for having public approval with public notice, annual public reporting for water use, energy consumption, noise, and data privacy. And all of those things will be posted online. So with that being said, I'm going to go into file 26-0092, which is what we're calling the Responsible Data Center Ordinance and the Data Center Privacy Protection Ordinance. Before I begin, I really want to thank the people that have come to speak today, and they have spoken multiple times. I know it's a lot. It really means a lot to everyone, the staff, I'm sure council as well. And then I also just want to thank all of the municipalities and the Metropolitan Mayor's Caucus and the numerous stakeholders that we've been getting information from to help put these ordinances together. It has been a huge effort, and we really hope that council understands the amount of work that has gone into this, including the amount of stakeholder input that we've received. So this particular ordinance that's before you today is responding mainly to resident concerns about operational transparency. So we're talking about not just what happens at the initial time of entitlement and zoning and permitting, but what happens as the data center is operating for the long term. So these are going to address noise, energy and water, and then AI and privacy protections. So first, what this is doing is it's going to create 2 new chapters. One is Chapter 50, which is called the Aurora Responsible Data Center Ordinance, and then also Chapter 51, which is about data privacy. Chapter 50 establishes ongoing performance and transparency standards. So it distinguishes the standards that are before April 1st, 2026 entitlements. So April 1st, 2026 is the start date. It's the placeholder as a start date we have for these ordinances going into effect. Obviously, it will depend on when it actually passes, but that's the current start date is April 1st, 2026. And then it distinguishes the requirements for reporting for those across all data centers. So there's a distinguishment between the performance standards for those that are done after the data this going into effect and then before. It also is going to set testing limitations on those emergency generators. So we had that in a different section initially, but now we have moved it to Chapter 50 so that it can be in operations instead of in zoning. So you'll see that in here. And basically, it's going to mean 9 to 5 p.m., non-holiday weekdays. They can only test 2 generators at a same time. This is to help with air pollution and also noise pollution. We will also be requiring reporting on annual noise, energy, and water consumption. This ensures compliance after initial construction, and you'll see that this ordinance references the zoning performance standards that will be in file 26-0112. So again, this applies to all data centers in Aurora for the reporting requirements that are constructed under this new data center ordinance, and then those that are already in operation. For annual public reporting, the data center managers will be required to use a tool that's free that's called Energy Star Portfolio Manager. It's used by hundreds of municipalities already to do this exact same thing, and they just have to use their energy and put their energy and water in. on an annual basis. One thing that's really great about this particular tool is that our utilities can upload the information themselves so that we don't have to rely technically on the data centers reporting their own information. The other thing that we will be requiring for reporting is third-party tested day and night noise on an annual basis. There are fines of up to $1,000 a day per violation. And then it will be, we will be posting it online June 1st of every year. So that's for Chapter 50. And then Chapter 51 is the Data Center Privacy Protection Ordinance. And you heard Chow give a presentation during the mayor's report and was speaking about the importance of the Biometric Information Privacy Act that's currently here in Aurora. So we received a lot of concerns from residents about AI specifically coming to Aurora, specifically coming to our data centers. And you may know this already, but AI is the thing that's driving the big data center boom. There's a lot of concerns about the protections that we may or may not have, and we have heard that the data center industry actually wants to weaken BIPA at the state level. And so as a municipality, we don't have a lot of policy levers to pull to say, AI, you can't come here. But one of the things that we can do is we can ensure that BIPA is still here in Aurora no matter what. So this would apply to data centers already operating within Aurora, and all data centers should already be meeting these requirements. BIPA has been in place since 2008, and basically this is a safeguard that if the state law changes, then the data centers that are operating in Aurora will still be operating responsibly. And again, just as a reminder, a biometric identifier is your eye scan, fingerprint, even your voice print, or your facial scan. So these are things that cannot be changed over time. As Chow had explained, it basically requires written notice and written consent. It prohibits the sale or profit from the biometric data. And then there's a retention limit and a mandatory destruction schedule. So after 3 years, they have to destroy it. And this is especially important because if there's a data breach, then hopefully they have destroyed something that they've been keeping for longer than 3 years. What we will be requiring that's different than what the state does is that we will be requiring our data centers and data center companies to provide an annual certificate of compliance. So every year they just need to tell us we're doing this. And if they're already doing it, this shouldn't be an issue. It also will be mirroring basically the law of BIPA, and it will add an additional private right of action so that they can, people can have the right to sue about this from the local level. So here is some of the proposed text amendment language. I don't want to keep us here all day, but let me just try to go through this at the highest level possible. So for Section 50, which is the one that does the operational reporting requirements, all of the definitions in here go back to the Aurora zoning ordinance, which will have the data center definitions, which is 26-0112. For the performance standards, what we have added since RAP saw this is the part about generators only being able to run at certain times and no more than 2 generators at a time. That is Section 50-3A, and you'll see the red text highlighted. Otherwise, all of this is the same as what it was when it went through RAP. I want to note here that for the performance standards, this does mean that performance only, not reporting, but just performance, they only apply to new data centers after April 1st, 2026 that do not have previous entitlement. That's just for the performance standards, and you'll hear more about that. So that's outlined here a little bit in Section A, B, and C for Section 50-3. Section 50-4 talks about the annual reporting. Again, what to use, when it should be done, who it gets given to, and then that we will publicly report it on June 1st. The violations for this, again, are $1,000 per day if they don't just do the annual reporting. So the annual reporting, just the reporting, not the performance, but just the performing of their consumption applies to all data centers facilities, including those already in operation. On the adding of Chapter 51, here is this language. This is a couple of pages. Again, not wanting to read off of this slide, but all of this information is basically mirroring what BIPA is. So this is already a very strong law that has been in place at the state since 2008. And so I'm not going to go through all of this. The definitions here do talk about what a biometric identifier is, and it also talks about biometric information. It talks about what a written release means, what is the definition of a data center facility, and then data center business, which we added because we understand that data centers themselves may not be the ones collecting this information all the time. Sometimes they are, but the businesses operating within the data centers, they are the ones that collect the information. And then, again, the retention and destruction and disclosure. It talks about the rights of people, again, retention, disclosure, and then enforcement. And then enforcement, again, this is all very similar to what is at the state. And then Part D here under Section 51-7 talks about that annual certificate of compliance. So we will be requiring on or before April 1st for each data center or data center business to file an annual certificate of compliance, and that it explains what the certificate of compliance is. And then it talks about penalties. And then the right of action. Again, we have the ordinance effective date as a placeholder of April 1st, 2026, but that will change according to when this actually gets passed. What I do want to just highlight here is that, this process of putting these in place, this particular ordinance 26-0092 is about transparency and operations. So the other pieces of the ordinances do touch on this, but this is for ongoing operations. And we did look at national and regional best practices. We did a lot of community and stakeholder engagement. And I do just want to mention for BIPA, we do have the home rule authority to do this. And there's actually an established precedent for setting local standards that mirror or exceed higher level law. So some examples of that would be labor and employment standards, local business licensing, and building and safety codes. So again, the intended impact of this particular ordinance is just clear, enforceable operational transparency and just putting some privacy safeguards in place. So that's it for 26-0092.
Ready? Is this the slide? Is this a slide? I can't have you speak, but it was this slide.
A couple of slides caught my attention, and I just want to make a couple of comments.
Well, this is the public comment time's over. This is for the city council's debate, and when we'll have discussion after that, and staff will be around afterwards if there's future amendments that we need to have. But let's let the council do their work, and we'll be around afterwards. Thank you.
Question if there will be time to
On
comment.
not during the council meeting. Thank you. Okay.
Comment?
Do we want to go through all of these first to see how they all work together? I think that's probably the best approach.
Be happy to, Mayor. So the next item, 112, is a zoning ordinance text amendment. This is specific to data centers. So this is peeling the data centers out away from the warehouse definitions and then creating performance standards for data centers. Again, this item was heard at the P&Z Commission on 3/4. We just went through it at RAP here before this meeting. The exhibit that I'll be looking at is, because there's several in there, I apologize, as this has been moving as we move forward with the different presentations and bodies to hear it. This is Exhibit A, revised staff recommendation language dated March 13th, 2026. And I'll be highlighting a couple of staff recommendations which differ from the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation, and I'll highlight them intentionally so that you're clear on what was promoted by P&Z and what staff is suggesting to still modify. So as we discussed, currently data centers are permitted under warehousing without use-specific regulations. We talked a minute ago about the definition of data center, pretty closely mirroring what the state of Illinois has for definition of a data center. So we're adding that definition. This is one of the items highlighted in red that is different from what was passed through at Planning and Zoning Commission. We did acknowledge that we were going to add something. We just didn't have the language resolved at the meeting. What we're suggesting to add is a definition or a line to define which data centers with entitlements these new regulations apply to. So this would be adding Section 26 within specific Regulation C of 49104.3, conditional uses. It defines that a data center, or it draws the line of data centers that are pre-2026. That means they're entitled prior to April 1st of 2026. If they were entitled prior to 2026, it would indicate that those data centers with that prior entitlement could continue to operate as a warehouse or distribution and storage service until the data center undergoes wholesale redevelopment of the property. Next paragraph tries to define what wholesale redevelopment means. That would be a 50% by square footage modifications that are demolished or rebuilt as part of the planned improvement of the property. And the last paragraph helps to define what happens in the occurrence of a natural disaster, where they would in fact be excluded from being classified as a wholesale redevelopment. So an existing data center that has entitlements prior to April 1st, 2026 would only be these regulations would only be enforced upon them if they underwent a wholesale redevelopment, meaning 50% of their footprint was being modified as a planned improvement to the property. So one of the larger things we're doing, in addition to separating data centers out as a separate definition, is we are proposing that they be considered a conditional use and not a permitted use anymore, as they historically have been. That conditional use, as you know, requires additional public notice. It requires a public hearing, and it requires additional city council approvals. Some of these that have happened in the past would have been, as they were permitted uses, may have been approved after a lack of an appeal after a committee approval. So this would no longer allow data centers to not go through full city council approval, and it also would have public notice and a public hearing so that neighbors would be more aware of what's happening. Additionally, we're requiring development agreements be brought alongside the conditional use approval, and that that development agreement allows us to require contractual things of that specific site that we may learn during some compliance reporting of the facility on the front end, which I'll talk about as we go forward. So this is an important distinction on this slide of what staff is recommending versus what Planning and Zoning Commission recommended. So Planning and Zoning Commission recommended that the last three columns in our table for data centers, which are our ORI M1 and M2. Planning Commission was suggested and passed a resolution towards RAP that would eliminate the conditional use for ORI and M1 uses. And I've got a couple slides that will highlight why we think that's a litigation risk and why we still think we're addressing the concerns of the neighbors by still suggesting a conditional use for ORI and M1 zoning districts. In addition to what was seen prior at RAP and Commission, we've also added expanded the definition of the development agreement and how it gets initiated by the zoning administrator. On the bottom, the development agreement could contain operational requirements like continuous testing requirements for sound and vibration, records retention and availability to the city, and third-party engineered sound studies at the request of the city with some timeframes for that compliance. That would be part of the development agreement that would be coming alongside the zoning request. So as I mentioned, staff's recommendation to you here is that we still allow conditional use approvals of M1 and ORI districts. So we've pulled together some maps to kind of describe why it is we think there's a litigation risk by only limiting it to M2, as Plan Commission had suggested. And this is the map that isolates the M2 zone parcels, which are all hashed in red, and then the the heavy outlined parcels are currently undeveloped M2 parcels. And then we've got a kind of an orange color and then a goldenrod, a more yellow color, that represent the buffer distances between residential uses and those M2 uses. So we'll talk about the buffer distances coming forward, but the orange is 1,000 square feet and the goldenrod is 1,500 square feet. Overlaying the separation distances being suggested in within this particular ordinance with the M2 parcels, there really is not a location within Aurora that could have a data center. And with that overlay, essentially, we would not be permitting data centers. And as I understand it, that creates a litigious risk for us to not allow any locations within town within our regulations. So staff is recommending, as we did at Plan Commission, that we still allow conditional uses. And again, conditional uses would come with public hearing, with public notice of public hearing and additional levels of city council approval. That conditional use methodology, by the way, was recently used in our neighbor to the east's deliberation of a data center. And because of the conditional use requirements, the council there decided they didn't want it, and the developer was turned away. And that's just with the conditional use requirements, not all of the additional things we're adding here. I did want to point out, and I should have pointed out on the last slide, I'm sorry, the buffers that are shown in all three of these exhibits I'm showing you are only from residential. We additionally have suggested that these buffers include educational and hospital buffers, which would complicate the map pretty substantially. And we thought simply showing just for now the residential buffers was clear enough to make the point that we were trying to make about the staff recommendation. So here are the M1 parcels with, again, red hashed M1 parcels that exist in town. The dark outlined red parcels are the undeveloped M1 parcels. There aren't many of those. And then the buffers are shown, again, 1,000 and 1,500 in the orange and the goldenrod. Also not including the, educational and hospital buffers. You can see there are some existing locations, at least buffer-wise, that potentially, but they're already developed, but potentially in like Meridian, there's some areas, and there's a little bit in potentially White Oak that could be developed. But again, those are already currently developed sites. This is the same methodology for the ORI. In ORI, we showed the locations as blue hashed parcels. Again, the red parcels with a heavy red outline indicate undeveloped parcels. And then the same buffers apply to this map, the 1,000 and 1,500 square feet. On this particular one, I did want to highlight some of the undeveloped parcels as they are unlikely for development or maybe not possible or couldn't get development. The one on the far left of the far west is at the southwest corner of Orchard and the Tollway. That is the wetland that is immediately north of the Hampton Inn. It's not developable. Despite it being ORI, nothing can get developed there. The next one to the east is a detention facility within an ORI park, which again can't be developed. It's part of the detention requirements for its neighbor. The one immediately to the east of that is the Swami Temple, and they've always been very protective of both their view shed to the tollway and have only been willing to develop religious uses on their site. And that's, I guess, what I wanted to highlight there. Allison touched on all of these methodologies in the last part of the presentation. Here we'll be talking about noise, water use, energy, and emissions as all part of the 112 proposal in front of you. So on energy and climate and grid reliability, the overarching power usage and effectiveness or power efficiency that we're proposing here is using something called a power use effectiveness score. It's an industry standard. It's not something we invented, and I'll define it in a second. But we're suggesting a challenging but achievable PUE, which we'll touch on in a second as well. We're going to talk about backup generation standards for noise, air quality, and operational restrictions. And then, as Allison mentioned, we're prohibiting nuclear, on-site nuclear facilities. The proposed language starts there. We touch on energy consumption modeling, that PUE, or I'm sorry, the energy consumption modeling report is a report that you would see along with a entitlement request, so that it'll be the first opportunity for us to evaluate how efficient a proposed facility is. Next item is the PUE specifically. So what we're suggesting is a 1.2 PUE. Again, we believe it's challenging but achievable. We'll talk about the water usage effectiveness in a minute. I'll come back to talk about a little bit about the PUE as well. We also are requiring energy code requirements that are more stringent than what's currently applicable in Aurora and Illinois. The third one is what the Illinois Energy Code would require, but we're requiring the more stringent of these three, the latest adopted IECC. So it's possible that the IECC Energy Code may have a new version out that has not yet been adopted by the state of Illinois. If so, that would apply. Or the latest ASHRAE 90.4 standard. That is a standard specific to data center efficiencies. And what would need to happen is an evaluation of all three of those standards in order to figure out what the most stringent requirement was, and that's what would apply. As we've already mentioned, we would be restricting modular nuclear reactors. Under on-site renewable energy and resiliency requirements, we are asking, as part of this proposal, for 25% of the facility's peak electrical demand to be provided by on-site clean energy or on-site resilient power storage for 50% of the facility's peak electrical demand. Or, if that's not possible, as demonstrated by a engineer's report, another means of compliance here would be feasibility alternative compliance, which is renewable energy credits under item 1, or investment in energy resources and community-scale battery storage projects located within Aurora. So one of those three methods would be encouraging either on-site renewables, resiliency, or contributions to help the community with resiliency. The next item we touch on is water usage. The data centers can use a lot of water if they use evaporative cooling. We have the first data center that we saw in town when CME remodeled an existing building. They used an evaporative chiller. Evaporative chillers are an efficient way, when you're looking solely at power, electricity, it's an efficient way to cool buildings. But we view water as our most precious resource, so we're suggesting that we prohibit evaporative cooling as a means of cooling for data centers. And we're also suggesting even slightly more challenging than the power side, a 2/10 WUE, which is water usage effectiveness score. That is it's defined as the ratio of total potable water in liters per IT equipment kilowatt hour. Again, this is an industry standard. The data center industry is familiar with this, and we're using both this water usage effectiveness ratio and the power usage effective ratio as a means to encourage the best efficiency within the facility, but not limit the possibility of technology changing with better solutions and us being too specific in our ordinance. I realize as I defined the water usage effectiveness, I neglected to do that earlier for power usage effectiveness. That definition is the kilowatt hours used at the facility in total divided by the IT kilowatt hours. So basically what that PUE is telling you for the most part is how efficient the cooling of the building is, because that's beyond the data, beyond the IT load, the electricity that's used for the IT equipment. The next, by far, largest power use in the building is cooling. So paying attention to both of those water, efficiency standards would encourage improved efficiencies across all of the utility uses in the building. And I neglected to mention that what we're restricting is evaporative cooling using potable water. If there's solutions with gray water or recycling pond water or something, that's something we would look at. What we're protecting is potable water from both our provided water and ultimately the aquifer as well. So for water usage, this is the language that we're proposing. This modeling report that I mentioned, I just wanted to highlight kind of what the contents of that modeling report. This is a modeling report that would come along with the zoning request on the front end. It would identify the proposed water sources that they're using on site. It would provide estimated average daily water demand, the estimated peak daily water demand, estimated annual water consumption. It would describe water efficiency strategies used at the facility, and the study would specify the source of any makeup water, blowdown volumes for closed loop systems, which I'll talk about in a moment, how frequently those would be blown down, and then any chemical additives that are used in cooling water or temperature discharges and quality characteristics for any discharged water, and the method and location of the discharge. So as we are prohibiting evaporative cooling using potable water, the most common other method for cooling, thank you, is to use a closed loop system. Some of those systems have glycol additives and other additives to them. So we're concerned about how large the system is, how much does it take to charge with water in the first place, how frequently do you need to change that closed loop liquid, and then what happens with that as it's being discharged. We did have some questions earlier in RAP that I'd like to touch on here too. The discharge from a closed loop water system is never permitted to be dumped into a pond or a stormwater system. It is always required to be sanitary sewer. So, between the city of Aurora and Fox Metro, we have the ability to regulate discharges that are happening. That does happen now with industrial waste. We do have regulations that deal with that in place now, but we need to understand on the front end what their plans are so we can potentially tailor a better development agreement and hold everyone to account for what they're indicating is happening on the front end of the project. Next item that we touch on is noise intensity and compliance monitoring. So currently, without any new regulations, what our zoning ordinance does, it refers to the Illinois Pollution Control Board regulations for noise. The citation is mentioned there. That standard is a standard it splits sound into 9 octave bands and requires some complex equipment to measure. And we've found that it's difficult to measure that, and it's also difficult for the public to measure that as well, which has been an important part of the discussions we've been having. So what we're suggesting is not only additional monitoring testing, but a more measurable standard that Aurora promulgates at the property line. I'll touch on that in the next slide. So the proposed sound compliance modeling and testing requirements that are built into this ordinance is a baseline third-party engineer pre-development sound study with the first petition that's filed. So we set a baseline for what sound is like on that site before anything happens. With the petition, a third-party engineered sound modeling is required as part of any zoning entitlement. What those reports look like and would follow any petition that's coming to council and public hearings is it shows the sound being generated on the site. It shows essentially a rubber band around every next decibel level as it emanates from the site, and you can determine from those reports what sounds are on adjacent property lines. So that's something that we would be insisting upon, and I wouldn't want to come before you without understanding what the potential impacts might be to any neighbors, and that's part of the reason we're requiring that. The next item, I'm going to talk about a city-selected engineer, but for item 2, it's important to understand that the sound modeling, we're making a distinction between sound modeling and sound testing. Sound modeling is it's an exercise on a virtual model in a computer. So it would be very difficult for us to hire an engineer to then get the virtual model and understand all the documents that are being proposed along with the model. So we've tried to draw a line, listening to what the public was asking for, but where it makes sense to require a city-selected third-party sound engineer is for the actual in-place testing prior to any certificates of occupancy being issued, and we're suggesting that cost be reimbursed by the developer. These 2 items are in red here because they are different from the requirements that were heard by Plan Commission, but we did just talk about them at RAP just before this meeting. The fourth item on that list requires the same thing, city-selected third-party engineering sound study when additional sound-producing equipment is added to the facility. So we understood at some point in time that sound was compliant on that facility. They're now adding more generators, more chillers. We have the right, we're going to insist on another third-party engineer to demonstrate that it's still in compliance before the project is completed. Again, reimbursed by the developer. So in addition to the city-selected part that we added in the reimbursement, we additionally moved these items from 115, which was heard at RAP another time. So some of these things we've been moving around because it applies better in a certain spot, and a couple we moved because we could apply it to even existing data centers. So that's that particular slide. For noise testing, this is the actual language from the ordinance. The next topic to talk about is separation distances, and this has understandably received a lot of public comment. What we're proposing is a higher standard than, again, anywhere we've found across the nation or regionally. In fact, the roof-mounted separation distance is 3 times more than anything we found. The ground-mounted separation distance is 2 times more than anything we found. What we're proposing as part of the ordinance is a 1,500 feet minimum distance between residential, educational, and hospital uses to the screening around the yard for a chiller, and 1,000 feet if it's a ground-mounted chiller. One of the novel things we're suggesting that we did not find anywhere else was differentiating between roof-mounted and ground-mounted chillers. What we found is that roof-mounted chillers do not benefit from the screening of a building, as an example, nor the screening of tree canopies if the building's too tall and the equipment's too high in the air. That's why we're suggesting a roof-mounted distance rather, in addition to a ground-mounted distance. I jumped past the fact that the 2 noises that are emanating from these uses are chiller noises and emergency generator noises. They're very different, and I want to highlight the differences. Chillers are cooling noises that are happening in these buildings 24/7. So it's a constant humming noise. It's something that essentially, if the use exists, that noise is going to exist. That's why the separation distances are suggested for that one. Emergency generators, those will run when power is out, but they additionally need to be exercised on a regular basis to make sure that they're available should the power ever drop. Those exercises, we can expect somebody to maintain them on a schedule that's more friendly for our neighbors, and that's something we're going to be suggesting in the responsible data center ordinance, which we just talked about. The separation distance we suggest for emergency generators is 1,000 feet, again, from the screening wall of the yard to a educational, hospital, or residential use. We're also prohibiting emergency generators on rooftops.
So I'm going to ask real quick, Allison, if you could just talk to the gentleman over here and get the question. No, you can stay up there, John. That's fine. This is I'm going to ask you to talk to Allison so we understand your concern.
Make sure you see everything you want, and then when you're done seeing it, you can come and talk to me, okay? So
Thanks.
just let me know. I'll be right here.
But to clarify, I think I understand it pretty clearly that if it's roof mounted, it's 1,500 feet to the closest residential. And is that from the property line?
It's from the yard, the way it's written now. So it'd be the yard, the attenuation screen that's surrounding the chillers. So it might be on the roof, it might be close to the property line. That was one of the suggestions that was mentioned earlier at RAP that maybe could be considered. But right now, the regulation says from the attenuation screen.
And then the generators are in a concrete wall, and that's 1,000 feet from that concrete wall.
Well, actually, both of these, Mayor, are requiring attenuation screening in the actual language. So the difference between a concrete or masonry wall and an attenuation screen is the attenuation screen is intentionally designed to absorb sound and reflect less sound than a hard surface might, like a concrete wall or a masonry wall. So this would actually be a higher standard than what we've seen so far from most of the users that we have seen in town so far. But it's an actually engineered sound attenuation screen.
And it says full height. How high?
The full height is defined as high as the equipment.
Okay.
So this is the actual language of the ordinance proposals for the chillers. I did want to touch, because I didn't highlight in the last slide, both this and the generators have a provision where obsolete equipment is required to be removed should the center ever be decommissioned, and that equipment must be removed. And I'll touch on parking in a second too. Here's the language for the generators. And along the same lines for that last item on there for the decommissioning requirement, if you look at the last table in the exhibit for the text amendment, it's table 2, the schedule of off-street parking requirements for data center use. We historically and still realize and understand that there is less parking required for data centers than warehouses ever needed. So we have allowed less parking on these uses before, but in analyzing what's happening now, what we're suggesting is that we require banked parking, in other words, undeveloped parking that's available on the site. Should the site ever revert back to a different use, there would be land available for the additional parking that we would want to see for that next use. But that banked parking also gives us more distance from neighbors potentially. It also allows us to do more screening. So it gives us an opportunity to do more buffering on site. The next topic to talk about is noise intensity. This touches on the decibel levels at the facility property line. Again, our intention is that we're going to be asking them to measure the decibel levels at their property line as part of the development agreement. The daytime decibel level and the nighttime decibel level, we believe will achieve 40 decibels daytime and lower at nighttime at the nearest residential lot. And the reason we say that is we've got that buffer in place. So over the distance and the intensity of sound drops over distance. It's the inverse distance law, if you want to look it up on Google. But that talks about waves, which sound is a wave, and how the intensity will reduce as there's a further distance. So staff believes that we will achieve, with this regulation, we will achieve 40 decibels daytime and lower at nighttime at the nearest residential lot line. Again, important to point out, when we're evaluating any of these proposals going forward, we will have an engineered sound study that shows what the anticipated decibel levels are that are radiating from the data center. If someone in my position doesn't think that the report is thorough enough, it doesn't go far enough away from the facility, we don't have to accept that noise report until we're satisfied that we have the right information for you all to deliberate on here and all of the steps that happen before you at the public hearing and at Plan Commission and then any of the committees that precede COW or City Council. So all of that information would be available, and if there were any issues with this, I would expect that the conditional use might get denied. But this is the proposal before you. Again, staff believes that it addresses the concerns that have been mentioned. I think the other thing I want to highlight is we had an open house on February 12th. Both the separation distances and these decibels have been adjusted to a stricter standard, protecting the neighbors more than what we presented at the open house. The other thing that's important to know about decibel levels is it's not a linear scale, it's a logarithmic scale. So it may look like the 2 decibels that we changed between those 2 meetings might only look like 2%. It's actually far more than that because it's a logarithmic scale, not a linear scale. Here's the proposed language for the screening, Mara, that you had talked about. The definition of the full height is defined there, both for the roof-mounted and the ground-mounted equipment. Then on to vibrations, and we'll touch a little bit more about vibrations when we get to the warehouse standards. But the emergency generators, again, we're suggesting a separation distance of 1,000 square feet to the closest residential and educational hospital use lot lines. It's also required to be surrounded by a full-height screen. The testing activities are limited 9 to 5 weekdays, non-holiday weekdays, and no more than 2 generators operating simultaneously. This item was considered here, but we decided to move it to what Allison just presented earlier because it also then could apply to existing data centers. Vibrations, again, this is the language that we're proposing. Generators must have vibration isolation systems. These are optional items you can buy when you get generators. We're going to be insisting that they get the vibration isolation, again, to help mitigate any vibration leaving their site. And then we are requiring continuous vibration monitoring at a spacing of no less than 500 feet along the property line, and those property lines that are within 1,000 feet of residential. This is the standard for vibrations. As I mentioned before, we unfortunately, upon analyzing it, realized that we had two vibration standards. We didn't want to retain two standards going forward, so we found the most prevalently used standard and are promoting the least amount of vibration leaving the site that we found regionally. And then the last item, the data center would be required to provide monitoring reports and third-party engineering within 30 days if requested by the city.
Tell them to come back in.
So that is 112. That's actually the probably most comprehensive of the ordinances that you've got before you.
Okay, and who's next on the next one? The reason we're moving through these as quick is because some aldermen are leaving throughout the evening.
Okay. Okay, so the building code changes, I think, is...
I'm
sorry.
What? It'll open up a can of worms and we'll have a lot of questions. What?
My mic's been on for a long time.
Okay.
If I could, I'd clarify something, although the gentleman's in the hallway. The 250 feet was the distance for notice of
Got it.
A thing. He read it as 250 feet for the chillers. So if Allison tells him that, that'll clear everything up for him.
Thanks.
Thank you. The next is actually probably the simpler of the four things you're considering. This is 115, modifications to the building code. Again, this was heard at the 3-3 wrap, and there is a staff recommendation to modify what wrap saw to by moving something from another legislation. The exhibit I'm looking at is entitled Exhibit A, staff recommended language, dated March 16th. So the purpose of this requirements is to clarify that the city has the authority to require sound and vibration modeling as part of the building permit process, including testing reports and professional attestations at all stages of permitting and subsequent remodeling projects that are adding equipment. It helps ensure that data centers are complying with all applicable laws. And it's intended to help protect nearby residents and businesses from adverse effects from data centers. The reason that some of this is important in the building code is this particular use type is an interesting development. Some of these are being done speculatively or at least partially speculatively. If you look at the acquisition of power for these facilities, it might take 2 years to get the power arranged from ComEd. So virtually all of this is happening speculatively, to be honest. But this use is it's kind of interesting in that the building itself only really represents about 30% of the cost of the construction. The bulk of the work and cost of the building is actually the data hall build-outs. So we've experienced, and there's a couple examples here with a 4.5-year delay and a 6.5-year delay, where the shell was either approved and not built, or the shell was built awaiting a data center to come later. And what I wanted to make sure we had the ability to do was reconfirm should any value engineering be happening over a 6-year period, should any codes change over a 6-year period that would apply out of the building code. Just to make sure that what's being proposed is actually what was either entitled and/or permitted at an earlier date. So that's the reason for placing these things into the building code. I'll touch on the next part here. So there are two areas that we're touching on. One is the engineered modeling at the time of permit, and then one is testing and verification at post-construction. And I touched on this earlier, but the engineer modeling, again, the same kind of premise exists. I'd be looking for at least an affirmation, if not a new model if needed, to validate that the permit submittal that we're reviewing in the building department matches the parameters or at least the performance of what was previously provided to us as part of the entitlement process at an earlier date. So again, especially over a period of 6 years or something, there might be a lot of changes that are happening. There might be new technologies that they might want to and we might desire for them to take advantage of. So I still want the ability to revalidate that their performance is still going to meet the requirements with that engineered modeling. Again, important to realize the modeling, again, is a virtual sound modeling. And because of that fact, it's difficult to do a third-party city-hired requirement for that portion of what's being suggested here. So that would be engineered by the developer's engineer who's got all those models in their system. But following that, they're going to understand that we're going to test and verify that post-construction with a city-hired and developer-reimbursed sound engineer that they actually met the requirements. So we're trying to make sure they are accurate on the front end and nothing's missed. And on the tail end, we don't let them open unless they meet the standards. This is the actual language changes. We're defining the cost as the cost of the consultant plus 10% as a reimbursement for all the staff time involved that's going to be involved in this. Again, defining that it's a city-selected sound engineer. And that's the building code amendments. Again, the only thing different from what happened at the prior RAP committee would have been the items that are in red in that portion of the presentation. Oops, I'm sorry, I'm going the wrong way. Should I keep moving, Mayor? Yeah, okay.
We got 7 minutes before one alderman leaves. Maybe we'll
Okay,
get through
all
it.
right.
Just want to try and make sure everybody gets
Yep.
at least the...
So the last item, 114, exhibit I'm looking at is entitled Exhibit A, Staff Recommended Language, dated March 13th. This is the resulting warehouse requirements after we peel out the data center definition and a little bit about vibration regulations, which I touched on. Again, items in red are highlighted differences from the P&Z commission recommendation. And this item, again, dealing with zoning, went to Plan Commission hearing and was heard by RAP, or we didn't get to this in RAP, actually. So for the warehouse moratorium, again, it's necessary to split out data centers from warehouses. We did make some changes, which I'll touch on in a second, about relaxing some of the suggestions that we had based on some public comments that we got regarding the second bullet item there on our desire for higher wage jobs and reduction in truck traffic. We still think we can achieve it, but it's in a less onerous way than we had proposed originally. So the strikeouts here represent what we had presented to Commission, and what we're now suggesting is actually in the table down below of that slide is requiring a conditional use in ORI for warehouse uses. We previously had some square footage limitations and dock limitations per square foot, but this would simplify and we think achieve a similar result. This is a slide that you've seen before. I think it was part of the moratorium presentation, and I touched on some of it earlier. But that's the ORI parcels that we have left in town. The red ones are undeveloped, and again, many of those are not developable. And then the last item that we touched on with the warehouses was, as I mentioned, we had two different vibration standards. This is consolidating into one standard and adopting the most restrictive vibration standards we found regionally. And those would apply to all ORI M1 and M2. The table and the formula help to define the millionths of an inch that's permitted of vibration at the property line. And I touched on this earlier on the presentation on how this all ties together, and that is really it.
Alderman Ben Willis, do you have any questions? I know you're looking at departing.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So how did you come up with the 59 and the 49 for the decibels?
So if there's something called the inverse distance law, which has to do with waves back in physics class from high school or college perhaps, and what it helps you define what the reduction of intensity of the wave is over a distance. And if you do that math, that's why I'm saying I'm satisfied it would be 40 at the residential property line.
And then just to follow up with that, could we decrease that amount? Maybe, as some of the residents were saying, maybe do a 50 and 40.
I think we could. The reason we've arrived at what we have because we believe it meets 40 at the residential property line, and we're trying carefully not to create a litigation risk, but that's certainly something that council would have the right to do.
And what would be the litigation risk?
I'm going to defer that kind of question.
Legal.
So it's not something that, so the problem is that exclusionary zoning, if we create a zoning ordinance that essentially does not allow a use anywhere in the city, so like only limiting it to such a zoning district that's not allowed, saying it has to be a mile from residential, those all create zoning ordinances that, although on paper it's allowed, it really isn't. In reality, it's not, okay? And that's illegal in Illinois, okay? So if we create a zoning ordinance that by the noise, by the water usage, by the energy usage is physically impossible, it creates the same problem, okay? So my concern with these regulations is always balancing I understand that there's a call for, to ban them completely, but that would be exclusionary zoning, and that's illegal. So the question is always, where's the balance, okay? We can't ban them completely because that's not allowed, and we can't craft an ordinance that makes them legal on paper, but essentially bans them in practice. And so that's the line, okay? I mean, as far as this ordinance goes, we've consulted with outside counsel, we've consulted with other consultants, and this is what is being recommended by staff is as far as we can tell, like the most restrictive zoning ordinance in Illinois for sure, and very much so, among those nationwide. It's this type of ordinance is new to Illinois, so we worked on it very carefully to make sure that we weren't going to be the test case for litigation. We may be that may be a thing, but I think that as Mr. Curley explained, that one of the things that is important to note is that the decibel level at I mean, this as a common sense thing. It's a lot louder when you're closer to the speaker. So the further you get from it, the less loud it is. So the decibel level at the property line, it's easy for us to measure. No one has to trespass on other people's property to measure it, which is another consideration. We don't want people measuring it on other, other property lines or, in other properties. But, by having it at a certain decibel, Okay, I'm speaking. If you cannot interrupt, I appreciate it. So, by having it at the property line, the further you get away from it, the quieter it will be. So that's basically in a nutshell, the science behind the decibels. I'm not the expert on that. I think Mr. Curley and Ms. Lindberg know a little more about it. But, as far as the legal concerns is we can't create exclusionary zoning.
And John, can you talk just a little bit about how all of the existing data centers are measured because they don't fall under this ordinance, and those that have applied, and how they're regulated, just for general awareness?
So for all of the items, or for all the centers that exist and or have been entitled, or the ones that are going to be built under the hardship provisions of the moratorium, would all be required to meet the Illinois Pollution Control Board requirements for noise. Again, that's that 9 octave band split of all of the noise, and that is measured at a small distance off the property line, is the way the state regulation works. The challenge I find with that, again, is the equipment and expertise that's required in order to take the measurements.
Any other questions before we take off?
Actually, just a follow-up question, I'm sorry. Now, so if the data center continues to disregard, or if the decibels are continuously higher than what we allow, we are fining them $1,000 a day, is my understanding. Is that correct?
So it's a little more nuanced than that.
Okay.
Okay. So the way that this functions, if you look at, and I want to just point you to the language. I know that we're moving through it pretty quickly at this point, but I just don't want to. So for Legistar item 260092, the changes to Chapter 50, the Aurora Responsible Data Center Ordinance. This is what came up from RAP. There's no staff recommended amendments to it. Is my understanding. So what is in here is there's 2 pieces of it. There's a performance standard piece that has standards that it requires data centers, once they are approved by so zoning takes place before building, and then Chapter 50 and 51 take place after it's built, right? So these performance standards in Chapter 50, which is the 2692 ordinance, would go into effect once the building is built. They do not apply to any building that predates whenever this city council passes it. Right now, there's a date in there. You'll see the date of April 1st. That is just a placeholder, because I don't know when you're going to pass it, so it just seemed like I just needed a date to put in there. But whatever date it's of passage, that's what it will be updated to, so that it's consistent with the date of passage. The annual reporting requirement applies to everyone. We have agreement from the existing data centers in town that this is not so onerous that they won't comply with it. They agreed to comply with it, so we'll get information from the existing data centers. And then if they fail to report, it's $1,000 a day, okay? If the newer data centers violate Section 53, which is the performance standards, then we have the other part of the enforcement. So just so it's clear, it's $1,000 today per occurrence, which is Curley I don't want to speak for you, but in code enforcement, there's a cap on how much a municipality can typically charge, but it's also, in order to give it some teeth, there's also, to the extent that they're, depending on the circumstances and how willful or the violation is and so forth, per occurrence may mean, if they have 20 generators, then each of those are, if each of those are in violation, that's a separate occurrence for each of them per day. So there's ways of defining occurrence to make those fines heftier, as we move forward if we have an issue. But I think that as this Chapter 50 is drafted, I think it does give us teeth to deal with the new data centers as they move forward. But the other important part is that they'll be designed in the zoning ordinance, because the staff recommended language in the zoning ordinance, which is the Legistar 26-112, that creates the highest or the most restrictive. This is the most restrictive zoning ordinance for data centers in Illinois. It's the first of its kind, and moving forward with this is really, I think that this gives us a lot of teeth moving forward with data centers in Aurora, and I think that over time it's gonna serve the city well, in both the in the enforcement side for Chapter 50, and it's kind of sending a message to developers and stuff about what the city expects in the future.
And just for awareness, there have been calls with all of the attorneys for the data centers that are applying or currently here to express all of their concerns. So we've been having a dialogue with the industry at the same time we're addressing the concerns of the community, and especially the impacted community. Alderwoman Smith.
Yes, just two questions, fairly brief. First of all, John, again, I think this is the third time I've heard most all of these except for the last one. So each time I've listened, I've learned more. So the amount of work and effort that has been put into this is extraordinary. You talked over and over and over again, and if I was doing a drinking game, I wouldn't be standing up right now, of reporting, testing, and third-party engineer. How is that going to be monitored? How is that going to be paid for? I know you just alluded to it a little bit, Corporate Counsel, of that, there's a lot of that in this ordinance. So do we have something in place? Are we monitoring them? Are we expecting them to come forward with all these tests and these compliances?
Well, first, thank you for acknowledging the amount of work, and obviously Tracy and Allison and I have been very busy, but there's a bunch of other staff members.
And your Dana.
I'm sorry, I forgot legal, oh my gosh. So it's been a pretty comprehensive team effort. I just get to be here presenting it. But with respect to the testing, so I think we've carefully crafted the language so that every time there's a test required, there's a deliverable that's being requested of the city. That's not going to happen unless that test, one, is supplied, second, demonstrates compliance in a manner that we accept. I know not everyone's familiar with the provisions of the building code on what's required for a permit, but we have the right to insist on reports prepared by people we accept, with details that we also accept and conclusions that we accept. Otherwise, we have the right to refuse them. I was suggesting adding the language into the building code merely so there isn't an argument about whether or not this kind of data for this particular use is a requirement, but I also put it in there that there's an expectation from the building official that it also occur. So it's mandating that it occurs, and it's also providing us a lack of a deliverable that they're asking for in response to a non-compliant or a lacking report. Okay. So I think we've tried to do that. Now, with respect to the payment, the same thing's true. If we're doing a test by a consultant we're paying for, I'm not going to issue, I'm expecting, and it's in the language, I'm expecting a reimbursement within 30 days or before they collect their certificate of occupancy. We already require a payment for certificate of occupancy, and we could simply add the fees that we've defined into that same transaction, so that when we know we can issue it, we would acknowledge We can now issue it, we're accepting your reports. You can now come and pay not the CO fee, but the additional fee in addition. So I think we've thought through
think you've got it.
how that transaction would change now that there's new requirements.
Does that answer your question?
It does answer my question, it seems like, hearing it seems like a lot, so doing it is going to be a lot. And I just have one more, and that's all I have. So I got to read, I can't even read. So we've been asked tonight to do more and to do better. And even if we were to do more or do better in this ordinance, which I'm not saying that you haven't done more and done better, it's still not going to rectify the issue of the current situation that our residents that have been coming here for the last couple of months. You may not have an answer to this, but I don't know that, do we have an answer to them? Are we relying on relations for the current facility, the city, and the residents?
Ask legal.
I can, yeah, I can address that. So, so the residents that live near Cyrus One have been, I want to acknowledge that they have been instrumental in getting this off the ground and getting this, their advocacy and lobbying efforts have been very instrumental here. So I do want to acknowledge that. I know that we're in a bit of a bind about existing data centers because there are, you know, how this works in US law is that people who own property have certain rights, and the investment into the property that they own is, you know, that they have certain rights. And if we create ordinances that take away, you know, what, like Cyrus One has built something on their property, they have certain rights. It was legal at the time that they built. They had those entitlements at the time they built, and we can't take backsies. You know, that's not, we can't retroactively apply it. And, you know, to do that would essentially be a taking. You know, that's not allowed under the Fifth Amendment. So in order to address those concerns, the city's involved in it, you know, as everyone knows, the city's involved in litigation. I understand that litigation takes a long time. It's not providing immediate relief. Litigation never does. It just doesn't. I know that we've had a lot of, you know, promises from Cyrus One. I know that they're working on the issue. I know that there's been a lot of back and forth. I can't talk about the internal workings of litigation because that, you know, and I can't talk about the negotiations and so forth because that would damage our negotiating position. But the city is very, and legal is very aware of the concerns of the residents, and I want to make sure that you're aware that legal, you know, the legal team is not deaf to those concerns. We are very aware of them, and you know, there's limited things that the city can do after the fact, but we are, you know, doing them. I think that, you know, moving forward, the fact that we have some buy-in from, you know, about with the zoning ordinance and with the Chapter 50 and you know, some of these other things with the existing data centers is a good sign. They have really been very, you know, very good partners in creating, you know, in giving us feedback and in letting us know, you know, their thoughts. We didn't always agree with them, like, you know, that's part of the picture. But their feedback was valuable, and I, you know, certainly appreciate that as we move forward with these ordinances. And I think that they certainly came forward with a attitude of cooperation.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer.
And for some clarity, the proposal does, what's going to happen is there will be sound screening on around the chillers at the existing data centers. And there's sound screening going in on the future construction on Bilter Road, correct?
That's correct.
And they're somewhere near completion of the 23-foot wall.
Oh, on the first.
I'm asking, I don't know.
Yes, the generator screen, that's the ground.
It's for generators, not chillers, right?
Correct. That's been in place since,
2 weeks ago. Isn't it 2 weeks?
No,
ago
it's
that
been,
it
it's been
finished?
longer than that. It's been a few months at least. Just before winter.
But they're
Okay,
putting some
Alderman
caps.
Franco.
I want
And
to
then
go back to
Alderwoman
the
Bade.
fine, the $1,000 fine, and John, you're going to have to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but 6 or 7 years ago, ironically, near Cyrus One, they had these towers put up. People were putting these towers up illegally, putting their microwave dishes on there, because the proximity of being close to make a trade, milliseconds made a lot of money. We were finding, I believe, $1,000 a day for those. I believe because it wasn't working, because these are multi-million-dollar companies, we raised it to $50,000. And it worked. If I remember, and it was like shocking to me that we would go that high, but it worked. So my point is, if you're gonna have a fine, and it's relative to how much they can afford, you gotta make it have some teeth. So I'm not saying we go to 50,000, but for these things, if you wanna make it work, we gotta go higher. Because if you're talking about changing behavior, you know, it's like you're gonna find me $1 a day and I'm making $100, what do I care? But you find me $200 a day, I'm making 100, that's not gonna work. So I just think that maybe we should readdress that, whatever is legal, but it does have teeth, and it did work then. I don't know if you remember that, but I remember because it surprised me so much, but it was a great thing we did. That's number one. With the warehouses, I see that we took out the formula for bays. So that's going to be based on discretionary things going forward, because I know I've done that a lot in my ward, where if we didn't want a lot of truck traffic in that area, because we didn't want it, we say less bays, and we just said you can't have too many bays, so we did that. So I just want to make sure that's still in there. And we also took out the 50% usage for storage and stuff, so that's going to be kind of a discretionary thing also.
It'll all be turned into conditional use instead.
But it'll be like per
Yeah, it'd be
per situation.
Case by case basis.
Okay, right, because I
as
thought
part
that.
of the conditional use.
Right, and I thought that was working out well. That's why when I saw this in there, I was a little bit remiss with that, but now that it's out there, some discretion, that's a good thing. So I just wanted to throw those things out there. So thank you for that, and I would reconsider the fines if we could. I really would, but that's all I have.
Do you want to talk about the fines? Because you had mentioned that there's some legal
we could-
concerns about the amount or standardization for fines, so we can't have too excessive of fines.
Yeah,
but-
we can't do excessive fines. I'll look and see what I don't know what you're referring to, but if it was something that the city did in the last couple of years, I can probably track down the attorney that wrote it.
Yeah, it was probably like 6 or 7 years ago, I
Okay.
think. It was, yeah.
All
it
right,
was-
so-
yeah.
I don't remember
Okay.
that. The fines that get that large, my recollection is that they're accruing
They're-
fines
exactly-
on a daily basis per violation.
Yeah, so
They can
that-
add up over time, but
Oh, yeah.
because things take a while to resolve.
Yeah, that's my guess is what it is, but I will follow up with Rick Feenstra and find out if he remembers it, or I'll take a look at some of the old ordinances and see what I can dig up on it. So I'm not sure that I understand what happened there, but I'll get to the bottom of it.
Alderwoman Bade?
Sorry, Mayor, I have to raise my hand every time because I think this light is not working. Just wanted to let you know. I want to thank all the residents who came to open house, public hearings at Planning and Zoning Commission, BZNE committee meeting, RAP committee meeting, and committee of the whole city council meetings, and they brought their concerns, so these can be addressed. Thank you especially to John Curley, Tracy Basic, Jordana, and Allison. You put tremendous amount of efforts and work into bringing this in front of us. I have 3 major things, and on base of that, I have 3 amendments. The first one is based on the issue that our residents are currently facing. We know for sure 1,000 feet and 1,500 feet distance is not working. It is close to 92 yards. The closest house is 350 feet away, and the residents who live 1,500 feet away, some of them are here, they experience this noise issue constantly on a day-to-day basis since last 1 year. So definitely I want to say the minimum setback for any data center structure, including but not limited to cooling towers, chillers, and backup generators, shall be increased from proposed 1,000 feet to 1,500 feet to no less than 0.5 miles, which is 2,640 feet away from the boundary of residential, educational, and healthcare zoning districts. So at least it should be 0.5 miles away.
Was that a motion?
Yes, that's a motion.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to amend which ordinance?
So there are 4 ordinances. I'm not sure where this will go, so maybe legal can help. This one is related to the distance.
So, okay, I think, I just wanted to clarify, so let's make sure we're on the same page. You're referring to Legistar item 26112?
So currently, we were given presentation, all of them.
All of them
were
together, that's why I want to
yeah.
clarify.
So I wanted to make
which-
sure.
Which one, so that's why I want to clarify, to make sure we're talking about the same one.
Which one
So
are you trying to
the-
If the
amend?
distance goes there, that's what it is.
Well, that's the zoning ordinance for data centers. And my question then is, there's 2 documents in there. There's what's approved by the Plan Commission, and then there's staff recommended language. Staff is recommending, and I am recommending the staff recommended language document. The difference between the 2 is highlighted in the Legistar, in the Legistar documents. We did that so you could see the difference. So what is currently, what was currently approved by the Plan Commission, as Mr. Curley showed on the maps, is limited just to the M2, which effectively, even with the 1,000 foot and 1,500 feet, essentially makes it so that there's really no parcels that would allow this, so it's exclusionary zoning. So the staff recommended language, the changes, changed the table on page 14, and then there was some changes to the language relating to existing data centers, so that they have, we wanted to make sure that they didn't always have the warehouse free-for-all. So this is a amortization schedule that brings them eventually into compliance. And then we tweak some language about the development agreement just to make it more broadly applicable. So those are the staff recommended changes. And I guess I would like to know whether or not the committee of the whole is interested in proceeding with the staff recommended language, or if we're talking about the Plan Commission language before we do the amendments on distance.
So can I mention which I'm pointing towards?
Yes, thank you.
I'm pointing it towards Planning Zoning Commission,
Okay.
because that is my second amendment, and if we go with planning and zoning recommendation, both of these.
What would help is if anybody's making amendments, again, to go to the document and then the page number and the line number that you want to make the amendment on. That'll make it easier for everybody to be on the same page.
We don't have the document.
It should be uploaded in
They're
Legistar.
in Legistar, yeah.
Need to sit down, John?
Need another bottle of water?
Page 6.3, any ground-mounted chillers cannot be located within 1,000 feet of any residential, hospital, or educational, measured from the nearest part of the equipment yard to property line of residential, hospital, and educational use. This could be one of them, and I'm looking at if,
So.
I don't see 1,500 here.
Okay, so what I have, here is that it's so that everyone's following along, Legistar item 260112. This is Exhibit A as revised by the Plan Commission. Line item 18.
Page 6, line item 18.
Page 6, line item 18. And what's the amendment, Alderman Bade?
And 6. both.
Line 6 and line 18, what is the amendment? How far?
The amendment is to have the minimum setback of any data center structure, including but not limited to cooling towers, chillers, and backup generators, to be increased from 1,000 feet, 1,000-1,500 feet to no less than 2,640 feet, which is half a mile away from the boundary of residential, educational, and healthcare zoning district.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Alderwoman Garza. Discussion?
Question.
Alderman Seville?
With this amendment, would we know what properties now are excluded?
I think we need a map for it, but also this is a, is it,
And is there more amendments before we make decisions?
no, go ahead, John, we'll deal with the first issue.
Again, if we're starting from the Plan Commission recommended ordinance in front of you, there's essentially no difference between what is being proposed by staff's distances and the half mile, because you can't do it at the staff proposed defined distances currently in M2. This map demonstrates that. That's for M2. That's not that is not true for M1. A little bit of Meridian does not have the goldenrod or orange color, and there's a small amount along the tollway that doesn't as well for M1. And for ORI, the same thing's true. There's some locations, again, the vast majority of them are developed already, but let's see, well, the number was 2,600. So you would add on this map, so the difference between the orange and the goldenrod in this map is 500 feet. And we'd be going to an additional at almost 1,000 feet. So you'd almost, the difference between the orange and the goldenrod, you would almost double that again beyond where the current limits are. So I'm thinking I don't think it's possible. There might be, on this particular map, there might be some north of the tollway, would be Liberty, the Liberty Park, south of Butterfield, east of Mitchell, north of the tollway. Some of that would still be in the zone. Again, it's already developed. And then likely only the items on the far west that are west of Orchard, a little bit south of the tollway and north of the tollway. That would be for ORI. And for M1, again, if you do the same exercise and double again the difference between the orange and the goldenrod, there are probably some portions of the northwest corner of Meridian that still might still be capable. But again, those are already developed.
Alderman Seville?
Yeah, and a follow-up, if I may. This is the committee of the whole, not city council. And historically, we don't take amendments to the city council unless it's friendly, and that's unanimity amongst the sitting aldermen, and then we don't have all 3 aldermen present. They have no opportunity to input to make it better or amend it or whatever. So I have concerns about that as well. I understand the intent totally. I understand the why. We all want to do the right thing here, all of us, for the right reasons.
I think there's probably 2 issues really that are going to come up. One is the decibel level, and the other is going to be the standoff. I think those are the things. And we've talked about reducing the decibel level internally quite a bit. I think probably what we could do at this level at COW, because we're up against the clock for the 24th, is we could get some sense on both those issues of where the council stands, and then prepare amendments for the next round to address Alderman Seville's concerns.
Yeah, Yeah, we can't, because we're missing 3 aldermen, we can't put this on consent. So it would have to go, it has to go in unfinished business. But I think that it would be helpful for me in drafting everything if I could hear what the potential amendments are for all of these. That, and whether or not there's a general consensus on, you know, if there's a general consensus, it would be helpful just in drafting. So I appreciate your thought with it. It was something that I started saying, and then I wanted to let Mr. Curley talk through the maps. I think that also, if this is something that there's a general consensus of wanting to proceed with, I would like to see these maps redone with that 2,600 feet to see what is left, if anything.
Yeah.
So if it would be okay, would you be willing to withdraw your amendment and work with staff for the next meeting?
So I would like to read all these 3 so we can have a discussion on those
Sure.
3.
And there's probably
then
other
we
older
can-
people that have questions on the whole
Exactly.
presentation as well.
Okay. So I've mentioned my motion and I'm withdrawing it right now, but I can bring it back at City Council.
And will you withdraw your second? Thank you, Alderwoman Garza. Okay, so
So
let's talk about them.
The second
Go ahead
one-
with your concerns.
So the second one, I'm looking at this chart that was given to us, and here we have Yorkville. Their population is about 24,500. Their area is about 20 square miles. They have M1 and M2. Then we have East Dundee. The population is 3,152 people. Their area is 3.15 square miles, pretty small. Their zoning is also M1 and M2. And the third example here is Bloomington, which is 27.13 square miles. Its population is 79,232. Their zoning is also M1 and M2. So small town versus larger city. If they can have M1, M2, and I believe I got the information about Chicago. They have data centers zoned as industrial because they don't have M1, M2 category. So when these cities can do this zoning, and it was recommended by Planning and Zoning Commission, why did we revert to ORI and M1? So I would want to bring it back to conditional use M2 zone due to high intensity utility demands and noise produced from these facilities.
So can you go over one more time what exactly happened at PZC and why staff is recommending both, instead of just M2, which is the western side of the city, why M1 and why ORI?
Okay, so this slide, I was attempting to highlight the difference. Again, commission struck the conditional use indication from this table for data centers for ORI and M1, resulting in only a conditional use allowance in M2. And again, we're being advised that the regulations that exist, the proposed regulations as they exist now, with the separation distances that are suggested by staff, would preclude data centers from fitting anywhere in our current M2. So the reason why we were suggesting going back is that the danger of it looking like it's exclusionary zoning, and that we're creating exclusionary zoning, in a different manner than just simply banning it. The M1 parcels are defined in this one again. There are some in M1 that could happen with the current separation distances, and there are some in ORI. Again, the vast majority of those are already developed. And then another thing to point out for Aurora's development is you see The M zoning, we have not created a ton of M zoning in the last probably 30 years. I'm not sure when Meridian was created. But the development, you can see as if you're working out of downtown in a radius, M2 parcels existed on the perimeter of town when town was, you know, a fifth of the size that it is now. That's where the M2 zoning was at. Eventually, we grew to a point where we enveloped them. Housing now surrounds them, and that's the reason that our M2 is surrounded by residential now, and we haven't created any recent M2s, with a couple minor exceptions up by the tollway you can see. M1, we have created some. I think Meridian might have been 80s, I want to say late 80s, before my time, but I think that might be right. And we haven't created a lot of M1 zoning either. The more recent zoning that's been created, which I do not think is unusual for Chicagoland, has been ORI. And that's all the development along the tollway, which would have superseded most of the development that happened under the M zonings that were defined on the prior slides.
So the question to provide guidance as we prepare for this is legal needs to know, as we move forward, are we going to go with what came out of Planning Zoning Commission, or are we going to go with what staff is recommending? And I think that's, and that will make it easier for everybody, so we're not amending one. What we need to do is adopt one and work with it, I think. And my preference, I think, is to go with what staff has recommended, and to continue to work on that. But I'm open to hearing what other council members have, if they've digested and read through all of these, hearing what John's saying. Pretty much exclusionary use is the primary reason why you're recommending altering from what the Planning and Zoning Commission chose to do.
Correct.
Mayor, can I ask a question on that?
Alderwoman Bay.
If these three things can be included with the staff recommendation, there's not much difference. So I'm okay if this can be included with the staff recommended document. But just the zoning has to be M2 or M1, M2.
Oh, you don't want it in ORI?
No, because of the equipment and the noise, it is not like an office. So that is the biggest concern.
I understand what you're saying.
So I think the noise issue will be mitigated if we have enough distance and conditional use with M1 and M2. At least if we cannot have just M2, M1 and M2, like other cities.
Any of the
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Sville?
The problem that I have with that is when the M1 and M2 zoning classification was created and enacted, that there were no setbacks in those days. So the neighbors are right next door. I mean, right next door.
So the
It's
distance
not
will
even
Mm-hmm.
help.
close to the ORI zoning where we have quality today's standards, you know, to abide by. So to think that's a solution, I think is not really fair. And I question if many of them, if we're again, I understand your intent totally, but I'm concerned with being sued in the exclusionary zoning that our legal department is telling us. So I want what we approved to be held up in court and not be sued, and our standards just, then we're back to square one again.
I think also, I just want to kind of throw this out. I think before we decide on one way or another, you know, we can discuss it, but I think before deciding on one way or another, we do need some sort of map understanding of the 2,600 square, or 2,600 foot distance. But additionally, we can, because there are the setbacks in ORI, if we want to set different distances for, it'll complicate this ordinance and it'll probably give Tracy a headache, but there's nothing prohibiting us from doing different setbacks for the different districts. The other thing I wanted to add is that I think from a legal standpoint, the comparison to Chicago and some of these other communities is, it's not apples to apples. the amount of land in Chicago that is industrial is considerable. The amount of land here that we have as M1, M2, I mean, just acreage-wise, is very limiting already, just because we don't have a lot of areas that are, that are limited, that are M1 and M2 that are industrial. So it's a little, part of the problem with exclusionary zoning is that because of where our zoning map is and how little we actually have for industrial, it's a very narrow sliver once you add the setbacks. So that's what I'm concerned. I understand that in other places that have maybe larger industrial areas that are maybe all grouped together, they're not surrounded by residential, they're surrounded by commercial or whatever, so they're buffered by that, and they have more acreage where this type of use could be put. And so that type of thing may make it a apples to oranges comparison.
Maybe we will get, once we get the map from
I agree.
updated map, and also we can look at the maps from these cities too.
Real quick, I want to go around just real quick and get consensus on the idea that we're working only with the staff recommendation to start with. Is everybody okay with that? Alderman Barrero, Alderwoman Garza,
Yes.
Alderman Masiacos?
I would just want to say that I'm glad to hear that this is all going to be unfinished. There's a lot that's happening in a very short amount of time. I've already started to do my research, and I'm not finished with it. Still, I'm trying to coordinate since late last week a meeting with staff. I just received 3 documents here this evening that I haven't had a chance to look at. That we have my colleague from the 10th Ward is referring to. I'm trying to catch up with that. I'm not sure where she is. As well, even though it was in our docket, very hard to look at. I couldn't even print it out, so I appreciate a bigger piece of paper and with some more clarity on the words. So I'm not ready to
Commit one
accept
way or the other?
anything. Not that I'm for doing something. Absolutely, something needs to happen. But to accept something from staff or not, there were some changes to the document that came out of. I did have an opportunity today to read the meeting minutes from the Plan Commission meeting, the second one, and there were some changes to it as well that have created even more questions that I want to ask staff about as well. So here we have which document we're going to follow. Are we going to follow Plan Commissions, or are we going to follow staff's in one of these resolutions? It just seems like we're not. There's a lot of information. Period. To try to digest and say yes, we're ready to go.
Okay, so undecided. Alderman Franco?
I would go with staff. Is no disrespect to the Planning Commission. These are the professionals. They do this for a living every day. I would like to use their expertise to model it off of, so I definitely want to go with staff on this.
Alderman Larson?
I think yes.
Alderman Seville?
Yeah, I would think good to go with the original staff recommendation.
Alderwoman Smith?
I feel like this ordinance is very restrictive, which is what we're looking for. I don't want to. Oh. Do you still want to hear me at this time of the day? I feel like this ordinance is already extremely restrictive, which is a good thing, which is what we're going for. But I believe, Alderman Bay, what you're doing is even making it more restrictive. And I don't know that that's what, in general, it's still not going to fix what's going on with Cyrus One. So, I'm not going to commit right now, but I
Undecided?
tend to lean more towards the staff.
Alderman Bug?
Yeah, I definitely would lean toward staff, as I believe Alderman Seville said. It really doesn't make sense for us to go through this whole
exercise
process for it to get challenged in court and it gets set aside immediately. So we have the same thing with the ethics ordinance. So, yeah, I would definitely lean toward staff recommendation, and after we go through, I do have one question, but I'll wait.
Alderwoman Bade,
So I
you said
want
you
to-
said you're okay with staff recommendation
With these amendments,
if it's only M1, M2.
M1, M2, distance, and noise, the third one that I'm going to bring up right now. So,
600 feet, right?
yes,
That's the distance.
2640 feet, yeah, 0.5 miles. So currently, when we go to the data center, the noise may not be as much at the boundary line of that data center, but because of the wind, it is really loud 1,500 feet away, 1,000 feet away, 400 feet away. So when we say this is okay to have 59 at the boundary of one business, it's not going to be 15 feet away because you cannot control the wind. And that's what we are experiencing. So my recommendation is 49 decibels from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 39 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. That's my third thing. And there were a few other questions which were brought up. Does data center get special utility rates? We got the comment document, but
So we tried actually asking that question of ComEd, and it is proprietary, and they do not share that, and so we do not know.
okay. So I was asked this question multiple times. I wanted to make sure we have this question. Revenue from the city, revenue to the city from the data centers. That was another thing that was brought up at various meetings. What happens if
We do have a sheet on that. First of all, revenue that the revenue that we get from the utility tax. I
And
think
property
we've-
tax.
We've figured out, and the property tax, we haven't. Allison, do you have that? I know.
Allison Lindberg, Director of Sustainability. So the utility tax is, determined by various things. But what we came up with, understanding, it's about $10,000 a megawatt. So if you think of one of the existing data centers we have being 90 megawatts, they're getting something like we're getting like $980,000 a year. So almost $1 million. So it's not an exact science, but that's what we figured out from looking at all of the ones that we have, is it's about $10,000 a megawatt.
plus the property tax?
That's only for
That's
one,
the-
that's
that's
for a
just-
large data center.
that's
Some
for
of the
a large-
smaller ones.
Yeah. So we have currently 4 operating, and they're at various sizes. Like, I think it ranges from 8 or 9 megawatts to 90 megawatts in the ones that are currently operating. If you add all of those megawatts together, the city in utility taxes gets around $10,000 for each megawatt. And then we have 5 that are either under construction or are, about to start construction. They're going through the permitting process. So those will also be adding that additional revenue. And this is just the utility tax. This is not the property taxes.
Did we ever, I know we wrote the Naperville Township Assessor. Did we ever get the
No, we never heard back.
numbers?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No.
When you go to the Naperville Township Assessor's website and plug in the address, it doesn't come up for Cyrus One, so we did write them and ask. I know that.
Okay.
To get the property tax revenue for existing ones, but I'll check into that.
And the other
Mayor,
thing
if
was,
you- on that-
what
on that subject,
happens
can we
when-
ask this question?
Hold on.
Ask this question?
On a question, sure.
On that topic, please, real quick, before we move on.
We'll take yours one at a time.
Yes.
Alderman Masiacos.
So thank you, Mayor. We received 10,000 per megawatt. Do we have a measurement in megawatt of how much it costs to build up the infrastructure? And is that passed on to the residents?
Thanks for the question. I do not know what the answer to that is. I do know that the infrastructure costs are distributed across ComEd's entire grid and territory, but I do not know how they figure that out. We also tried to ask a similar question, but they don't do it just per data center and per just that infrastructure. They look at it, you know, on a multi-year basis when they're updating their infrastructure. And then the cost of the utility bills going up isn't just about ComEd's territory, it's also about the entire grid, like PJM, who is also adding data centers all across their entire territory as well. So there's a lot of information that goes into calculating that, because PJM is the one that controls the prices that ComEd buys the electricity for.
So how do you propose that we respond to the residents that have said that their bills have gone up?
So
And part
what
of your surveys.
right, thank you. So what I'm proposing that we do is a couple of things. One is we will be requiring the data centers to either bring some of their own energy to help with the grid infrastructure, or we will be asking them to have battery storage that can help to actually power the neighbors' residences during high peak hours so that they don't have to pay those high peak rates. So the data centers get to choose one of those two options. And then, the other thing is that we're proposing that the data centers have a maximum power usage intensity. So the data centers that come here will not be putting as much stress on the grid. So we do have very little control over the actual utility prices, but we can try to make the data centers here be efficient and have less strain on the infrastructure.
Have we taken the opportunity or taken a moment to reach out to ComEd and find out if there's a way to help calculate that, even if it's ballpark?
Yes, we have definitely talked to ComEd about that, and that's just something that they don't share, so.
They don't share?
No.
Yes.
I mean, you can.
We were all sitting around the table and asked, and they
Yeah.
said they won't share, and
Yeah.
you've asked in your previous line of work for that, and there's a lot of people that
Is
haven't
it
heard.
because there is no live project, but if there is a live project, can we go back and see what was done, I mean, on an existing project, and what the infrastructure costs were to improve it? I mean, did we ask about existing projects that have already been completed?
I mean, they're just not going to share that information. They're looking at it from an entire grid upgrade perspective. They don't look at it that way. And us requesting that information, they're not gonna share that. I mean, did you see the packet? I know you just got it today. We also just got it recently, but that ComEd put together about the things that they're doing and the cost of the data centers. They've got some ballpark numbers, but they are not sharing with us a specific data center in the past increased it this much for this infrastructure. They're not giving us that info.
All right, because I know Mr. John Curley understands this very well too, and everybody in the building department. When you do a brand new building, ComEd requires you to file an application and put the money up front, and they do the engineering. And then they tell you how much it's going to cost to upgrade the service for a brand new building that might not have the capacity, the power capacity from ComEd. So that's where I'm coming from. There is a way to figure it out somehow. That's what I'm thinking, is there an existing building that we can find out information from to see how much it costs?
So I'll let Mr. Curley answer as well, but I just want to be clear that, with that information, what would you propose doing with it? Because one of the things we did consider was requiring them to pay for that infrastructure.
What I want to do with it, I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to compare it to $10,000 per megawatt that we're getting, and how much of that burden is put on the taxpayer, and it
Gotcha.
comes into city coffers.
Yeah.
Does
okay.
that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, Alderman, appreciate the question. I completely get the question and the perspective. What we're understanding from ComEd, and albeit an evasive answer, admittedly, but what they're suggesting is that the power needs for this use type are so extensive that there are needs for power grid improvement that are far beyond the local improvements that are happening, even beyond what a substation cost might be, as an example, which we've seen in several of our data centers. So they're drawing so much that substation may not be supplying the entire power for that particular location at peak moments. They're drawing it from somewhere else, and there's improvements somewhere else down the line. So that's what they're indicating to us as part of the answer.
Okay.
I just wanted to explain,
All right.
it's more than just the local improvements for which I completely understand your comments.
Okay, because my concern is we don't get into a situation where we're celebrating a whole bunch of money coming into the city coffers with this data center when there's definitely a burden put onto the taxpayers here, our residents in the community and our business community too, because it doesn't discriminate between residential and commercial. So, all right, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman, one other follow-up. This is the document that we provided, and they do talk about the Transmission Security Act agreement, TSA. So that is to pay for the bigger infrastructure improvements, like going to an area or a region that might have fiber and be a good place for multiple data centers. And then the ComEd's Rider DE, the distribution extension, is sort of for your one-off, where that's more like a loan program where they require, both of them require an upfront payment from the utility. It's just because as you're aware, we've all got questions about increasing utility rates. They've heard that, and now they're trying to pass a bigger portion on, so that's why they came up with these documents and whatever internal policies to shift more of the cost on. And then the part that they still plan to shift the cost on to the residents is in 2028, about $2.50 or $3 a month additional cost. And there are legislators who are trying to hold the line on that and make sure that zero gets passed on to the residents. But that is a Springfield issue, and we will, when we find out which bill is moving and is the strongest, support it legislatively and try to communicate to our residents so they can engage in lobbying as well.
Well, that's another question that I had for staff, and I want to sit down with them too, is, how does this compare to the Power Act that the state legislature is looking at?
This is actually a very important piece of information, and why we're looking at some of the different decibel levels is because we want to make sure that what we pass here can then move forward in Springfield, and you've been working with the people drafting the Power Act.
Yeah, so yeah, the Power Act, there are some similarities, but in some other ways, Aurora is being stronger. The Power Act, though, has a lot more power to actually do things like require the utilities to either not pass on the data center infrastructure improvements to the residents. And the Power Act is also going to require that certain data centers of a certain size actually have to have state regulations and would be approved by the state, rather than, some of them, like our warehouses right now, don't have any approval process at any kind of leadership level at all. So that's one of the differences between the Power Act. I do have a one-pager that I put together that describes the differences between ours and the Power Act, but I think the most important thing is just to know that they're doing what the state entity can do that we cannot do here, and that they've actually been looking to us to make sure that, the things that they're proposing meet our requirements, because they think our requirements are strong.
Well, I'd love to see that one pager.
Sure.
I think it was part of one of the early presentations. Maybe we can probably...
Yeah, I have it pretty quickly. Yeah.
Okay. Knowing that that document will also be amended as it moves through in Springfield.
Yeah.
And the last I heard is that there's not a real strong appetite in Springfield right now, this legislative cycle, which I think is why we want to pass something pretty robust to push them to move a little bit faster too, so we are not competing with our neighbors that have zero restrictions.
I also don't want to belabor this fact, but one of the concerns that people have about the Power Act is that if the data centers eventually do get on board and don't lobby against it, that's where they will weaken FIPA, that it will be a bargaining chip to get something like the Power Act passed. So to require them to pay for the infrastructure and not pass it on to people, they will take away the privacy protections. So anyway, just throwing that out there.
Any other questions?
No, not right now. Thank
Mayor,
you.
one last thing I wanted to mention here.
Okay, first of all, are we done? We're talking about the last item that you brought up.
Yeah. So both will be ORI, warehouse and data warehouse. So if somebody wants to convert a warehouse to data center, do they need to do public hearing? Because there is no zoning change in case we leave it at ORI.
Well, this would be an answer for anyone that does not have an entitlement currently. The answer is they need a conditional use. So all of the stuff that we're talking about for new would apply to them. And all of the public notification, hearings, and all the way through city council.
If we leave both at ORI, they will still need to go through public hearing, city council, because of conditional use. Because there is no zoning change if both are ORI.
No, well, maybe I was inartful in the way I responded. So the conditional use requirement is required, no matter which of the zoning districts we're talking about, and no matter where we land on which ones are conditional uses. For the ones where a condition, for anything that is not currently entitled by April 1st, 2026, it will be treated as a new use. All of this regulation will apply to them, and wherever you guys land on any of the topics we've talked about, that would be applicable. No matter, and it's immaterial whether it's a remodeling project that was not a data center before, it's a change of use to a data center that's newly defined and would then kick in all of these requirements.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Alderman Bug.
Thank you. Can you bring up the slide on the decibel levels?
Yes.
Here we go.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Okay. Okay, so I'm fully trying to understand this. We're at, we'll just say 60 decibels, 59, 60. And we have the three examples of moderate rainfall, conversation, and a dishwasher. So how many feet away brings this decibel level? I mean, I find it hard that moderate rainfall, we all deal with moderate rainfall every day, that is such a volume, you know, that it is a hindrance. So if you can explain that a little bit more, and my final question will be in comparison to these sound examples, what is a train going down the tracks from 1,500 feet away? What is that, or 1,000 and 1,500 feet? What is that decibel level?
Okay, so the train I'm going to have to look up. Don't know that offhand. But an important distinction needs to be made, which is I think what our constituents keep pointing out, is this is giving you an example of the noise intensity with common everyday items that we all can understand. The issue, though, is none of those items are running 24/7. So this chiller noise is literally running absolutely constantly. You never get a break from it. So that's a very important distinction to make. So this was here just to try and give everyone an idea of the intensity of the sound and relating it to something. Now, several of the residents that have been in public speaking and the measurements that I've taken are in excess of 60 decibels. I think Leo, who spoke today, he's got some measurements of 65 in his backyard. And as they accurately point out, he's 1,500 feet away. But again, the current facility is not meeting any of these regulations we're talking about. So that distance, I don't know how to correlate that distance with what is happening today with what we're proposing. What we could figure out is that, again, there's the inverse distance law for waves will tell you if you know the decibel level at a distance away from a sound, the creation of a sound, you can figure out what it would be another distance away, another, and there's a ratio of how it drops over time. And part of that has to do with the fact that sound is not, it's not strictly linear. It's actually broadcasting in an array to you. And as you get further and further, that array gets bigger and bigger, and the intensity drops. That's what that inverse distance law shows what it is. So I can try and figure out what those distances would mean for a train, but the numbers again that we provided, based on that law, I believe we'd get to 40 daytime and lower than that at nighttime at the residential lot lines that are 1,500 square feet or 1,500 linear feet away from that property line. And I think, as Jordana stressed, which I neglected to, but it's important that we have the property line as at least some of the regulation, because that's what they can give us monitoring on all the time.
Any other questions, Alderman Bug?
No, I'll look forward to that next week. I mean, I was trying to think of constant.
Are you Googling a train to see what it is?
No, I'm not. No, I was trying to think of constant of working in Elk Grove Village for a little bit on the road that has an airplane go over it every 2 minutes, and then living next to the L tracks in Chicago. If you've ever done that, you know that's unbearable. Yeah, so I'll stand by.
Alderman
for
Seville?
that information.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. You're proposing, staff is proposing limiting to two generator testing at a time. Why two at a time? Why not one or three or four? Why two? Why is that the magic number?
Well, during some of the issues that have occurred at the neighboring facility to many of these residences, we've had occasion to witness generator testing, and I'm aware of a time when 3 were being tested, and I do not believe that it was a nuisance to the neighbors. And it again is a scheduled maintenance item, so requiring them to exercise them on a more responsible time frame, as well as limiting the number of generators being tested simultaneously, will help reduce both vibration issues and noise issues. And they can entirely schedule this on, themselves, so they can control that in a way that's more responsible. So that's why we're suggesting what we use.
But if we were limited to one, what would that do to the business?
Well, I believe we could. At some point, though, as I believe someone mentioned in public comment, I think in this meeting, might have been at RAP, sorry. At some point, there are only so many hours in the windows that we've allowed, and so many generators that need the testing. Admittedly, they'd have to figure out how to do that, but it could be limited. But as I mentioned, I witnessed 3 being tested, and I do not believe it created problems that were noticed by the neighbors. So I thought 2 was a safe number to balance both the experience with the challenges of scheduling even another, and then also keeping the window narrow.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
One other clarification real quick on that. One, you're putting sound attenuation around them instead of the concrete walls.
Correct.
And 2, there are some out at our existing data center that don't have any concrete wall around them. The first generation of water-cooled has 4 generators, 6 generators, something like that, with no walls around it.
That's correct.
And then the one that is causing problem only has 3 walls around it, because they have significant underground cabling and infrastructure. So what the moving forward approach is going to have 4 sound attenuation walls. I do think maybe we could consider raising those 2 foot above or something of the height of the equipment. But I know you had another question.
I did. I guess, well, let me, The decibel is what everyone, of course, is rightfully concerned about. So I'm just kind of curious, if you think all this work is being done and it's going to bring it down to 40 dBA with a 1,500-foot distance, I heard what you said, but I would still like legal to expound upon that. Why don't we just put it at 40? If it's going to be 40, put it at 40.
40 at the property line of the data center, or 40 at the residential property line?
Well, what are you recommending it to be?
Well, I was attempting to get to 40.
59, right?
I'm sorry?
Your level is 59 during the day and 49 at night, right?
At the facility property line. But what I was targeting was to try and get it to 40 at the residential.
No, I understand, right. Yeah, nobody's probably sleeping on the job, so they don't need the lower amount, I'm sure, right? But I'm just trying to come up with the right number for the neighbors here, and if it can be lower, can we make it lower without it having this exclusionary?
The issue is where do they test? So if they test on their own property, they can put a piece of equipment on there and just run it all the time. They can run testing on it. That's their property. If they have to go and put it in someone else's backyard, it ain't their property.
But if they go to the furthest distance from their property line, that's almost in somebody's backyard.
Well, if it's
Couldn't they test
if they have to test it 1,000 feet, and the distance, I mean, it's someone's property, it's not theirs. So either it's even if the residents need to be 2,600 feet away, 1,000 feet will be something else. They don't own lots that big. That's not a possibility.
Again, I think I'd just like to highlight. I tried to stress this. Maybe I didn't do it well enough. But remember, if we're arguing about the decibel level at the property line at any point in the future with these new regulations for a new center, that means a modeling study occurred already and was demonstrated with decibel levels that are reflective of that model and the surrounding area of that facility that was acceptable to all of you, to commission. Otherwise, it would not have gotten approved. And we can insist on getting, okay, I want to know, I can tell the developer, I want you to provide I want you to get down to 30 decibels and tell me how far, and they'll radiate out how far each of those rubber bands is going to stretch as we drop decibels emanating from the facility itself. So we'd be able to answer everyone who is concerned, here's what the decibel levels are projected to be at your location. In addition to that, we would also have done an actual in situ test that shows that the number that they told us in the model is actually occurring, so that we know that, and again, it's a predictable wave. I mean, we would know that it's actually in compliance, and then understand, and we could also measure, we could help, we could do that with residents that were concerned as well. But asking them to measure at other people's property lines, what we were trying to avoid.
Yeah, okay, all right. And two more, go ahead. Mary, you had a comment on that? Okay, two more things, if I may. One is, what are is the exact mechanics for the extension? Could you inform us?
Yeah.
Staff has a 30-day, or staff has the ability to do something to create another 30 days, right? If for some reason we can't agree yet.
Yes. The moratorium that was approved had a provision that my staff could essentially enact a 30-day extension if we needed to enact it. So we didn't need additional we didn't need additional city council approval.
Okay. So you just file it in the paper and.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And then we would do a public notice, and we would create a notification for everyone, yourselves.
All right.
That the moratorium was being extended.
And God forbid that we don't come to agreement, before that happens. What happens then? We have to start over?
You don't have to start over. We can the city council can extend the moratorium.
Okay, we could just do
With
it by
for
a vote for
reasonable, you can
another
do.
2 weeks or 30 days or whatever.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. In
that's all I
fact,
needed to know.
but to Alderman Masiakos's point, I know that this is a lot of information. We've been dealing with it for a couple months, and it's a lot of information. I get that. If the thought process is that this is something that you want to take more time on, let me know so I can prepare the appropriate documents so that we can extend it beyond. Right now, it expires Monday, but with the notice and so forth, staff can extend it 30 days, which we already have in place because obviously it won't be passed before Monday. So that will kick it out to April 23rd. Is that, okay, you're nodding, okay, that was the date. So it'll kick it out to April 23rd, which, if the city council believes that that's sufficient time to get this passed, great. If not, start thinking about, how much time you want, and we can work with that.
Okay. And then lastly, Mayor, I've shared this idea. I'm about ready to share again with the mayor and also with a few of the aldermen. And the only reason I'm bringing it up again because I had a citizens come to me today that said that she liked my idea, so I'm going to share it with you. Considering putting this in the ground would solve two problems: sound and cooling, because ground is a constant 55 degrees 365 days a year. And the sound, nothing goes through soil. So, my idea that I shared with people, for what it's worth, is putting it underground or building a mound and or something like that, something that to help muffle the problem. And you're not creating more problems. It's not continued maintenance. You don't have to deal with all this testing. It's just in the ground. So I'm going to throw it out there for what it's worth, and you can run with it if you like. So. That's all I have to say.
Well, I'll just say one thing we haven't talked about at length at all is that in addition to the zoning changes and the ordinance change, is that we are requiring each data center that comes forward to also have a development agreement. And the goal is to look at the site that's being developed and incorporate certain things like that in it. If it means adding berms or, the 30-foot, 40-foot berm, whatever the case may be, or recessing it into the ground. I think that there's some other potential concerns that we've talked about that we would want to address through the development agreement. I don't know, do you see any problems requiring it in is either part of zoning or the ordinance itself to recess it into the ground? I can say there is one data center that we are having conversations with that is interested in pushing the boundaries because their end user wants to be at the cutting edge.
My concern would just be whether or not the land would be able to support it. So I think that I think it's a great idea, but it's also, it's lot specific, whether or not that can actually occur. And so I think that, we don't want to set up a zoning ordinance where all people are doing is seeking variances from that ordinance, because their lot is not, that's impossible because of, whatever the foundations and so forth. So I think that one of the things we did, which you can see in the changes in the staff recommended language, on page 2, there's a section that's been added about development agreements that give staff the authority to enter into, or to negotiate negotiate. It's late, okay. To negotiate development agreements that would be site specific.
So to give you a good example is our own old Fire Station 9. There's going to be conversations about what we're going to do there. One of it is we're running out of data storage at Police Department. We have our own data storage facility as well, and because of the way that the city's fiber optics ring is wired into Fire Station 9, that's a potential use, is to have our own data center there. Then are we going to require ourselves to tear down Station 9 and bury it in the ground? Is the question.
I vote yes.
And that's not even the agreed upon determined use for that building. So before Open Line and the other people that hypothesize about what I said, the rumor mill, it's just one potential for all data centers that do exist. What are the requirements? I think the concerns are with the larger commercial sized ones. Those are the concerns that we're trying to address.
And I would suggest that it's also important to note that everything you said is correct about the cooling load, the power that would be required, and what we're proposing, the ordinance we're proposing, one, wouldn't preclude that from happening. In fact, in some ways, it would encourage that from happening, should it be able to occur on a site, because it would help you with your PUE, and then also would help on potentially on the water side as well. So, like I tried to stress in the front end, we tried to adopt ordinances that encouraged best practices and energy efficiency in a way that did not preclude additional technologies or strategies that might improve the performance of the building in some way. But you're right, if you were to do that, if you had the capability of doing that, I'm sure you could drive your PUE to a much lower number because your cooling equipment could be in a constant 55-degree environment.
Can I get, just because we have talked about, I want to cover one thing, because here's the other timeline we're up against is our ability to influence what happens in Springfield if we continue to delay this, which we could. But really the big two issues, I think, are distance and decibels. I think there's probably a sense that the council would like to reduce the decibels requirement a little bit more, just having heard a couple speak. I don't know, what is the difference if we were to move to 55, 45?
Yeah, so
I mean, I know we've had this conversation
Yeah.
on the third floor, but.
So it's important to remember this is not a linear number, decibels. It is logarithmic. So every decibel that you're reducing is a 10% reduction. And then you're compounding 10% reductions as you drive the number down. So between the public open house on February 12th and subsequent presentations to Plan Commission, we had dropped the decibel levels for both of those two items 2 decibels. In that they're close to 50, you might think that might be a 4% reduction. It's more than a 4% reduction. Even 1 decibel change is a 10% reduction. So the proposed numbers are a really substantial reduction. Understand the desire for it, but it is a very substantial reduction. I thought the 2 decibels, albeit you have to explain it this way, is a pretty substantial reduction that we've already proposed from the public hearing.
Can I ask just the members of the council where everybody's at with 5949? Alderman Guerrero.
Yeah, I wanted to suggest maybe there's a different tier. So leave what you have in place, but or go with what Shoeda's recommending with a farther distance. But if a data center can reach a lower threshold, then if their decibels is lower, then their distance increases. Does that make sense? There's a correlation there. So I understand the reason for the distance is because of the sound, but if their sound and they have some new technology or they have all these safeguards in place and they're going to be way below the threshold, the decibel the level that we're requiring, why punish them on the distance if they can bring that way down? I'm wondering if we can we have 2 tiers?
Yeah, completely understand the comment. And you would have the ability to hear that as a variance to the conditional use if there was a compelling reason that you wanted to accept from what was proposed, if that was adopted, accept a reduced separation distance because there's some fantastic decibel level achieved at the property line. I just, based on the way that all of our public comment has gone, I think the separation distance is also an important factor, and I didn't suggest that. But again, that could be part of a variance proposal that you would consider for an actual in-case situation where you had real numbers in front of you to consider.
That wasn't a clear yes or no to me.
I'm open to reducing the decibel level if it's possible.
Alderwoman Garza. Alderman Masiacos. The question is, where are we at on 5949?
Definitely reducing it. I mean, no doubt about it. That's the key thing here. We already know what the challenges are out there on the north side of town.
He said yes. He's in favor.
We can't. I can't hear you at all.
I'm in favor of reducing it.
Alderman
Yes.
Franco.
I'm in favor of reducing if we could do it without the distance control. I'm in for reducing the decibel level if we don't deal with the distance control, because if we deal with the distance control, we may get to the situation where they can't have data centers, and hence the other thing. If you can do the decibel level without that, they can still build a data center in still spots and accomplishes both things. That's kind of where we want to go. Accomplish that, but keep the distances reasonable so they can actually do business here, as opposed to filing a lawsuit because we told them they can't do business. So yes, decibel level.
Alderman Larson.
Yes, I'm in favor of reducing the decibel level. A possibility that I was thinking of, and I don't know if this is too complicated for, I guess, for the way that the ordinance would be written and for enforcement, but if we feel confident that at the residential property line, we could get the decibel limit down to 40 decibels. I understand it's difficult to have like continuous testing on other people's property. Would it be possible if residents are having issues, they say it's above that limit at their property, would it be possible for a resident to like file a complaint and get consent to have testing done and then hold them accountable to that standard? So on a case-by-case basis, we could address those issues.
I think it might be possible to bifurcate the decibel requirements with the constant monitoring at the property line with a number, and also compliance with a number at the residential property line. It would include adding language to what's here. One of the reasons why we were adamant, staff was adamant about changing and creating a threshold that does not use the Illinois standard that's in place now, is that it's actually measurable not only by staff, but it's also measurable by the public, by the neighbors.
Yeah, I definitely understand it's difficult to enforce that, but I think it might give peace of mind to residents if, rather than just saying, well, we think it'll be 40 decibels at your property, if they do have an issue, they can say, I want to have testing done, and if it's not at that limit, whether it's 40 or some other number, then we could tell the potential data center, you have to deal with this.
The requirement for a sound engineer study at the beginning of the process should tell us what it'll be at the residential property line. And then before they get their permit, they also get tested again to prove that their equipment meets the standard that the sound engineer set out.
That's correct.
And I believe if they add two fans or two chillers on top, they got to get another permit again. They got to do another sound study again, and they got to go through the whole process again if they change their equipment, because these centers do go through a lot of changes. Oh, yep, Allison.
Thanks. I'm Allison Lindberg, Director of Sustainability. I just wanted to add, too, that one of the things that we've been looking at for all of this sound, there are sound requirements right now, and it's been really hard to actually enforce them. So we would like to include this as part of the development agreement as well. And so it will be clear about what the penalties are if they are not meeting this over time. We will have a stronger lever by which to pull, we can put in there, we can cease your operations if you do not fix this within so many days. So I just want to be clear that that's one of the levers we're trying to enact in this case.
Great. Alderman Seville, thoughts on 5949?
I'm inclined to support lower if feasible.
Okay. Alderwoman Smith?
Ditto.
Alderman Bug?
I would support slightly lower.
I know where
If
Alderman
one
Wade is.
decibel, 1 decibel changes it 10%, then yeah, a slight increment.
Okay.
It's already 5949, right?
It's already 5949. What I was asking was,
Lowering it.
does the council want to reduce that, or are they okay with 5949? My sense is that we want to reduce it, which is what everybody just got done saying, within reason. And to Alderman Franco's point, I agree that if we lower the decibel level, we can keep the sound, the distance requirements as
Can I
is, because those
mention one
distance
more?
requirement, I know you don't agree.
Because I did not mention about the vibration that are felt by the homes. So distance is also a key factor to prevent vibration and cracks in the homes. The neighbors are experiencing, these are 30-year-old homes. They should not be experiencing cracks in their home because of vibration. So distance is also very, very important.
Yeah, again, I believe the homes that you're talking about are closer than the proposed 1,000 square feet for the separation distance for the generators. But with respect to the decibels, these decibels are measuring the constant minimum noise, which is targeted at the chiller noise. It's the constant minimum noise. So these numbers are targeted at the actual chiller noise. The separation distance, I understand your point. And what we have in there now is 1,000 feet. And I believe that's more than several of the neighbors that are experiencing some issues now.
And to address vibrations, I believe we're the only municipality that has a vibration requirement whatsoever. Is that accurate?
It depends on how the zoning ordinances work. With respect to focusing strictly on data centers, I believe
Tracy's coming up to correct me.
There are other municipalities that do have vibration, and that's actually what we're going to. Our vibration regulations right now, especially in the M1 and M2, are very loosey-goosey, I'll say, for a better terminology, but that's why we are going to, or we're trying to put in that vibration standard, which is a standard that many municipalities use.
Okay. Alderman Larson.
I'll try to make this quick. I have a few more questions that I'd like to ask first. One thing to follow up on something that I believe Alderman Bug was talking about regarding decibel levels. Do we know? So we've seen from residents what decibel levels are like at their properties. Do we know what the approximate decibel levels are at the property line of these existing data centers? Where it would be measured with the new ordinances, and like what that volume reduction is, to try to get a sense?
Yeah, and I wish there's an exhibit I will post in the Legistar item for this. I've been measuring, but only at one particular facility in town, because that's where the complaints are being generated from. And I know I've measured in excess of 65 decibels on the Prairie Path, which is 50 feet from the property line, as an example.
Okay. Another question regarding the noise testing. What we're proposing would be like annual reporting for noise levels, correct? Would it be possible to, if there's a certain number of residents complaining, would it be possible to get more prompt testing done? Because it's possible that it could be really bad at one time of the year, and then when they test it, it's not that bad, and they're able to pass with those tests.
Yeah, I think that was what we were targeting, was for making sure that those provisions like that got into the development agreement and then had penalties. And the reason that's important is that, A development agreement is contract law and not zoning law, and it allows us to set higher standards than what we can do in zoning law. So it's a contract agreement between two parties. But that's something we would sort out, and questions that I'm sure I would be being asked by you all as we brought that forward to you.
Okay, I have a couple more. Another one regarding the, I believe it's, someone said it's 250 feet for the notification to residents if someone is proposing a data center. Is that set in, this might be a legal question, is that set in Illinois law? Because I was doing some research and it looked like Chandler, Arizona, they have a half-mile radius just for the notification to, I believe, any like residents or like homeowners associations within a half mile of a proposed data center.
That's Illinois law.
Okay, so it's something that we
That's in the Illinois
won't be able to
Municipal
push
Code.
on.
Yep, it's 250 feet.
Okay. Let me think. Is there anything else I have? I think that's good for now.
Just for notification, if we get a data center application, I'm pretty sure it'll be all over social media, and we'll do our best to notify the public and let them know and be aware. I think we've been pretty transparent and engaging in this entire process. So, and the community's been good at engaging and let us know where they're at as well.
Yeah, and with the conditional use, it would give, we would have to go through the whole process. So,
Okay.
you know, we could vote yes or no.
All right. So I think, is anybody else questions? I think we should probably wrap this up, put all four on unfinished business, and work at some specific. We have some very clear direction, I think, that'll help us move forward and come back with something that hopefully we can vote on next week, and try and get it uploaded to Legistar. So if there's questions coming forward, that we can get them. I've taken notes. I know we need to get some better answers on potential revenue and make that available. I think we've done most of the research for existing and proposed data centers based on how many megawatts they are. We want new maps, and we want to look at what reasonable reduction we can make to the DBA. And I don't know, we'll have to look at the maps in the distance and maybe throw a couple hypotheticals out there. So, did I get everything? Alderman Barrero?
Yes, we got the FAQs, and it's pretty
Where are we
lengthy.
at with the FAQs?
We got it. It's pretty lengthy, but I think it's very beneficial to the public that's been asking these questions, and so can we have that on the website? On the webpage?
They're uploaded. She's nodding that they are already uploaded.
Okay, because I think that would be very helpful, because I think we get some of the same questions, and people want an answer, and then they can go to the website.
So
and get it.
sustainability put together an FAQ, and we have pretty much a data center page that we've been using to share information on this that's been uploaded. Okay, so I'll let Alderman Bug continue with the RAP committee, because I know we still have agenda items after that, and we'll try and move as quick as we can.
Mayor, real quick question.
Okay,
Mayor,
Hold on one second.
Question.
Alderman
I don't think
Misiakos.
legal counsel's question got answered, whether how are we going to deal with if we are with a 30-day extension. And my question in addition to that would be, if staff does have a 30-day extension, it could be null and void if we approve these resolutions on Tuesday. And it'd be a little insurance policy.
Yeah. So with the approval, so one of the things in the ordinance, as I mentioned before, you'll notice that all of them have a start date of April 1st. That's a placeholder. Okay, it's just an arbitrary date I picked so that we have a consistent date throughout. When this is discussed at City Council, we need to pick an actual date when this goes into effect. All right, it can be the date that you actually pass it. It can be the date that the moratorium ends. I would recommend you don't give breathing room between the moratorium and when this goes into effect, because otherwise Tracy will be inundated with 1,000 applications. But that is something that we can handle when you decide that this needs to go into effect. So it doesn't negate it. If you want to approve it Tuesday night, we still need it to extend from Monday to Tuesday. So, even if it goes into effect upon its passage, we still need the 24 hours because it expires midnight on Monday.
Okay, so we
Thank you.
the only concern I have is based on the
Quiet over
appetite,
there.
the recent direction with a few resolutions here in the recent past, and if we're not ready to vote on something for finality on Tuesday, then staff can still kick in that 30-day extension.
I think we planned to put
You
the
planned it
30-day
already.
extension
It's
in
already-
already,
yeah.
yes.
All right, so that question by Mr. Curley is null and void then?
Yeah, the 30-day extension, we already sent the notice to the paper because we anticipated that
Okay.
you weren't going to call a special
All right.
meeting between now and Monday.
Okay.
So we saved you from that, and so that's already in place. So we
All right.
we have until April 23rd. If the council thinks that more time is needed, I just want to put that in place because that will have to be an extension of the ordinance that would have to be approved by this body.
All right, because it was also in the meeting minutes of the Plan Commission. They also asked the same question, and staff expressed that they have the ability to do it for an additional 30
Yes.
days, or we'll leave it up to City Council.
Yep,
So, all right, thank you very much.
no problem.
So 260092 will go on unfinished business. Chairman Bug?
Yeah, for the record, for expediency, Mr. Curley read these into the record, so I will not. They're all unfinished.
So
and-
260112, 260114, and 260115 will all be put on unfinished business for the March 24th City Council meeting.
That concludes the rap report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Bug. Next, I'll ask the city clerk to read the items under new business.
260155, an ordinance approving the acquisition of certain real property generally located on the east side of North Farnsworth Avenue, north of Bilger Road, Aurora, Illinois, by eminent domain or otherwise.
Consent.
Is there any discussion on agenda item 260155? Hearing none, this item will be added to the consent agenda.
Next is 260170, a resolution consenting to a short-term lease extension until the end of 2026 to FR2 Incorporated at the Aurora Airport.
Questions or discussions on this agenda item?
Consent.
Agenda item 260170 will be added to the consent agenda.
260175, a resolution authorizing emergency procurement for interim transportation services with GoGo Grandparent for the City of Aurora Ride Solution Transportation Program through August 31st, 2026, in an amount not to exceed $150,000.
Consent.
Are there any questions or discussions on this agenda item? Alderman
Mayor,
Masiacos?
yes, thank you very much. There's also an attachment here by Mrs. Jolene Coulter. The letter talks about an extension for March 31st. Is there something I'm missing here, or does the memorandum trump this letter?
Good evening, Director of Purchasing, Jolene Coulter. That was, we were doing a month-to-month extension. We went out to bid, or an RFP for transportation services for seniors. Those negotiations have gone bad, and so we've had our existing contract, and we are allowed to go on for a certain amount of time, as long as we don't exceed that $50,000. And in mid-April, May, we will hit that mark. So that's why we're bringing this forward and we'll give ourselves a little bit of time, go back out for an RFP and.
So you
try
are
to
now
get the right
looking
fit.
August 31st?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Yep.
Any problems with this going on consent? Okay. No further discussion. 260175 will be added to the consent agenda. No need for a closed session. There's a motion to adjourn made by Alderwoman Smith, seconded by Alderman Seville. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The meeting is adjourned at 9:14 p.m.